So I guess I'll just play through it once. I'll keep the storyboard on. Play through it once because I've not seen any of these maps. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at them yet.
I've
Probably.
looked at all of them except for cats.
Ah, okay.
Didn't notice that a storyboard.
This is a nice simple storyboard.
Yeah.
So like so far this map looks quite basic with its rhythm, but because it's so high BPM, that's what kind of makes it fun to play.
Yeah.
It's like there's no active quarter beat stuff just because this is like 230 BPM or something like that. Which just makes it really comfortable to play alt style with, because it doesn't require much finger control.
Oh, the stream is lagging for me and Lars.
Oh. Well, tell me if it gets better.
Kind of weird. It's also like low quality for some reason.
That might be the storyboard. Might be the storyboard
Could be.
like dropping bitrate or something, because it's like got the rain.
Oh, I didn't even see that it had rain.
Yeah. Is it better now?
No,
Hmm.
it is weird. But I mean, you guys can just look at it in the editor as well. Ooh.
Oh, there was actually an active 1-4 there. That's pretty bad.
That's fine. So,
I mean,
yeah.
my comments on this map so far, it looks really enjoyable from a player perspective. Because there's like, even though it's like, it's all mapped in like an altish style, and it's actually 230 as well. But it's 230, but it's mapped in an altish style, which kind of makes it easy to play that play style on. Um, and even if you do single tap it, there's like barely any active quarter beat stuff until right at the end. Another thing to mention as well is there's like a lot of variation. Well, there's a fair amount of variation in jumps with these like uses of stacks into like tight spacing, which is also quite cool as well. It makes the movement more varied than it would be if it was all just like sharp angle stuff like this. And like as for the visuals as well, the visuals are not super clean. Um,
Yeah, like visual spacing varies a lot. It's not super consistent. Um, but overall is relatively consistent, and there is like some
Yeah,
overall repetition that makes it like look structured.
I mean, I think there are people who would actually prefer it not to be super structured, because when you have a map that's like really overly structured in terms of visuals, um, sometimes it kind of doesn't really match. It doesn't really have any, I guess you could say, personality.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like what I personally like about not super structured maps like this. There is like a lot of uses of symmetry and like same axis sliders and stuff like that. The patterning itself is quite good. It's got a lot of repeated ideas when the song repeats these kinds of phrases as well, like stuff like this,
You're just spoiling all of them, everything.
like this as well. But it like varies them up each time to keep it interesting. So yeah, from a player perspective, this looks like a really cool map. From a mapping perspective, at least personally, I don't feel like it's doing much interesting. But then again, this was mapped for the set as an insane difficulty, which makes it a lot more limited. For like an insane slash extra 230 BPM map. Um, so overall, it is probably could have done a lot more in terms of the different like ideas it's using and stuff like that. It also doesn't have a super obvious style of mapping, so it's not very memorable. Um, and whilst I did say the movement was varied, um, it is still quite basic. So that's pretty
Yeah.
much all I have to say about the map.
Yeah. Um, I'll just give a little comment and then we can just get right into like analyzing a little bit. So, as John kind of said, overall this is like relatively basic but like kind of fun. I thought it would be still like a good thing, or what something you can learn from still looking at this one. I think is just um still like seeing how what are like the most basic kind of things to make your map sort of enjoyable and structured. There are like some little quirks in that one, just not super noticeable ones, not super special, but there are a few, and I hope you can maybe you will be able to notice them. So let's see. Guess just overall, could like both of you sort of like describe, generally speaking, how the rhythm in the map sort of works? Like, oh, did it? Was there a loud sound, Jordan?
What do you mean a loud sound?
Oh, because Laskov said ouch.
I didn't. There's no loud sound from me.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I thought because my mic is bad. Anyway, so yeah, just like for example, let's take the first two like bookmarks or like up until what's it, 1 minute or something.
Oh,
Just the first like two sections of the song, just like generally is following the drums. Mm, that's kind of true. The map is sort of doing this thing where um, I would say it is generally speaking mapping a lot of the drums, but the mapper always tries to make the additional notes in the melody always clickable, even if there isn't a drum. I personally don't really like that kind of style, but it does sort of allow there to be like consistently a lot of like gameplay going on. You can like if you were trying to follow just the drums or just the melody, either there would be really low rhythm density and you couldn't really do much, or it would be a bit repetitive. So it is kind of just following the drums in the earlier parts. If we're talking about before the vocals come in.
yeah. It is like mapping the sometimes it's putting extra circles on making like the vocals or guitar clickable. Other times it's also doing the same thing for drums. It kind of makes it lose its focus on a specific layer, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, for a less intense section, probably maybe wasn't the best decision because then the map could have had a lot more contrast between this section and the key. Um,
Was there a section without drums? I don't remember.
No, but there's a section with drums and vocals, and then the first part's like
Mm,
drums and guitar.
yeah.
Like you can see, the map is using pretty much like half beat filler rhythm. Like there's not any full beat gaps here. And then in this section with the vocals, it has some full beat gaps. I think what probably would have made this map more interesting uh, would be maybe trying to undermap or like exclusively follow either drums or vocals in this section, leading up to the Ki. Um, and then the Ki can like follow the drums and vocals to increase density. And then if only following one layer in this section, it will just like naturally decrease density because this is basically just like filler rhythm with a couple of random like full beat gaps thrown in.
Yeah, that section could be a bit. It sort of like has a similar. The rhythm density is a bit similar to the Ki, so it could be lower, and that would maybe represent a bit more that is like calmer. But I guess at the same time, it also would make the map maybe not as engaging to play.
That's
But
true.
that's not necessarily bad.
There's like a popular I think Fishy had a video on this about trying to make the map engaging throughout like the whole of the song, which this definitely does, because it kind of keeps the intensity at like the base level of intensity of this map is like quite high. It's like a philosophy. I think it was Hansa with that map.
The Miss You?
Yeah, Miss
Oh,
You,
with
the NATO map. Where even like in the slower sections, it's doing a lot of stuff with rhythm to kind of keep the map interesting. That's something that makes sense to do in longer songs, and like this is a full ver, so it does kind of make sense to have that approach to mapping, of trying to represent a lot in each section. Um, just because it's a long song to keep the player engaged. Whereas if this was maybe TV size, we would have a totally different opinion if the map cut off here. We would say, okay, this should be changed because the map is basically the same density throughout the whole thing.
probably. At this BPM, it would also maybe be just a little bit more interesting if there was more clicking. Well, as it is right now, but yeah. So you kind of, or Jordan, you kind of already mentioned that it's basically mostly 1-2 filler. I think almost everything is 1-2 filler except for those occasional full beat gaps. That
Yeah.
is actually a little bit different from some other maps. Does someone notice something about the spacing whenever there is a full beat gap? One of you two. If there is a full beat gap, how are the notes arranged?
I can play through a little bit of the map as well.
Does anyone notice anything about the full beat gaps? We're not talking about what the rhythm is doing, but whenever there is that rhythm, something repeats every time. Does anyone have a guess?
You can look at this in the editor as well if you want.
Yeah.
I'll play it again though.
Maybe play it at 75%.
Okay.
Jordan. Yeah.
Look, here's one full beat gap here. Here's another one.
Another one? Yeah.
And another.
Another one. So it's kind of true that the full beat gap itself kind of gives some emphasis, just because it is like, because the rhythm is so dense most of the time, it will like indirectly give emphasis by suddenly being slower or suddenly being a different rhythm. But that's like linked to the rhythm itself. The rhythm itself gives the emphasis, but there is something about how the notes are arranged on screen every time that rhythm happens. They have bigger spacing?
Say that again, but backwards.
Show us one specific full beat thing again, Jordan. Just one. Like mark the notes on
Here is a full
what
beat
is-
gap.
yeah. Set high spacing. It's fine, Laska. So someone wanna say it? And that repeats again every time that rhythm appears.
And even when it's not out of sliders, when it's circles as well, like this.
Perfect overlap or stack. So there's something that also once appeared in like a Pishivet video that was talking about. It was in the fundamental spacing video. And if you remember, we also talked about that when we talked about lower difficulties, which is something a lot of mappers do to sort of separate or make the difference between full beat and half beat jumps more obvious is always stacking the full beat jumps. Because it could be, especially at a higher BPM, like 230, if you spaced the full beat jump out a lot more, maybe especially if the map had just higher spacing in general, some people could confuse the full beat jumps for half beat jumps, or just in general, it's like more difficult to read them if they have the same kind of type of spacing. But in this map, basically, they made it really easy and comfortable to read by always having like a rest, by having like a sudden moment where you have to stop.
Yeah, that also does make the movement more interesting as well because a lot of the times, well, at least with this, in this case, there's like a large space into this and then a rest moment. It's like a sudden need to stop immediately on this note. It makes the motion a lot more snappy. Um, and it's like this kind of stop and go movement, which kind of repeats a lot on those sections. This is also like a stop and go movement. I wouldn't say it's as snappy.
Yeah, I don't like that movement at all, actually. Because I
Yeah,
think the player sort of slows down too much on those. But again, the mapper probably has kind of different priorities. They just want us to be like, how do you say, like really easy to understand and comfortable. You could sort of take the slider and instead space it really far away. That's something I think would work really well. It would give a lot more movement to the pattern. But it would
let's
also
do
make it
that right now.
a lot harder to read probably for some players. Maybe even more spaced away from the slider header. Something like that. Yeah. But other kinds of maps rather do it like this.
I mean, I would say that the point of stacking on one beats to make something more readable does only really apply to insanes and stuff like that. Because depending on the approach rate, I think the approach rate of this is kind of fast, 9.3.
I think it's actually easier on or it's harder on extra difficulties sometimes because it depends on if the half beat jumps are like gamer spacing, if you know what I mean.
Well, dependent on BPM and approach rate, players
Mm-hmm.
who have the skill to play extras can read the difference between full beat and a half beat.
Yeah, usually they can, I can. But it is probably what does the top diff do on that one? Just quickly look if you can. Could even be that it doesn't have any of those. Does it have any full beat gaps?
No, it doesn't look like it does. Oh, has one here.
It does have one there. That one also has kind of similar spacing to the other diff. What about in the KI?
Yeah, and then like this top dish just stuck in them as well.
Yeah, in this section it might be a little bit harder. You would have to like space a full beat gap out across the entire screen. But it seems like in that key there were just absolutely no full beat gaps.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
other
can
than
go
like
back to the
right at the
diff,
end.
kinda. Okay, so that's like one thing I kinda thought would be nice to notice. Do you notice anything about the slider shapes? What kind of slider shapes are like in the map in general?
Alaska, if this question's for you, you should get this straight away.
So simple is true, but I would categorize them a little bit more. There's like, in my opinion, three types of sliders. I think they aren't copy pasted all the time. Like the mapper seems to just redraw them, but one other curves. What do you mean by one other curves?
One anchor curves. So like three-point curves is what people call these.
Ah, yeah, yeah. So I guess I don't need to be more specific. There is straight sliders, there's slightly curved sliders, and then there is like a bit sharper curved sliders. Those are like the three main types. There are, I think, there's this one random slider in the map that has like a red anchor. It's like a single one, and then there's like some petal like sliders that just randomly appear somewhere else. That is a bit of an unstructured part about the map, but basically like it's only those shapes. But it's also not like every slider in the map is a straight slider, or every curved slider has exactly the same curved. It is specifically a slight curve and a sharp curve, and those are like used to sort of create the main visual variation in the map.
Yeah, so you have like
Yeah, the
these
straight sliders are
very,
tilted, yeah.
very slight ones. Something that's kind of funny, I think I might have mentioned this before, but yeah, I'm up on a curved monitor, and sometimes it makes straight sliders look slightly curved, which is kind of funny.
Every map looks like a Russian map to you.
Yeah, actually does.
Um, but yeah, I think that's just overall that seems to make the map just the visual structure. This makes it a bit more visually structured. While overall, I think almost none of the patterns are actually repeating. There is constantly different patterns going on with some special exceptions, but most of the patterns are uh, varied. But then the slider shapes, because they are all the same, still make it seem like the map has this kind of structure to it. So that's
Yeah,
kind of something you
even
could
though
take away
it's
from it.
even though it's also using all of these different like different patterning all of the time, it's repeating the same ideas in visuals, like visual spacing in this, for example. It's like rotational symmetry. Um, it's basically using the same concepts but in different ways in like every single pattern. And like that's flipped and rotated. These are
Yeah.
parallel. This is what kind of makes it look. What makes it look messy, like what Sally mentioned, was the fact that there's no like um, exclusively repeating patterns, or not many, but they're all using the same kinds of ideas. It's like these are just like Control H. It's using just like these basic editor functions of flipping and rotating to make the visual ideas consistent, but nothing's actually repeating.
Now, there's maybe one more thing. Does anyone notice something about repeating patterns? Do some patterns, or just anything about like really obvious repetition? Is there any kind of really obvious repeating thing?
Also, Nigel, you had a question which you didn't answer.
That's true. Let me see.
You just replied yes.
Well, 3-4 is waltz.
So in the timing panel, it literally says 3/4 brackets waltz. Um,
Oh, it's so. But didn't we talk? We talked about that in some lecture. You might have not, but basically, the way songs work, right, is that there's a certain number of beats within a bar, and most songs are in what's called 4/4, which is basically that you count them like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then every number I counted was a beat. But instead, there are some other time signatures where instead of 4/4, there might be different numbers, like 1, 2, 3 would sound something like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And it's called, in brackets, it's set waltz because a lot of like classical waltz songs sort of have that time signature. They have that kind of
yeah. If you kind of listen to it,
thing.
you can hear it like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So what 3/4 basically means is three beats per measure. The bottom number actually, you can kind of ignore the bottom number. It's kind of not relevant. At least it's
Yeah,
not worth explaining.
not relevant in O's.
Yeah. So there's like other time signatures as well. Um, so if you listen to this, tell me what time signature this is. One, two, wait. 1, 2,
One,
3,
two,
4,
three.
5,
One,
6,
two,
7.
six,
1,
seven.
2,
One,
3,
two,
4,
three,
5,
four,
6,
five.
7. So this is like 7/4. Because
Yeah.
there's like 7 beats before each big tick. Like at each big white tick, there's 7 beats.
Yeah. Most of the time, you just have to use 4/4 because basically 90% of all music that you can find is going to be in 4/4. But if you map cool songs or basically any kind of complex music, then it could sometimes be that it's a difficult, more complex time signature. Especially if you're maybe mapping something that's like progressive metal or something like that, or rhythm game music. Yeah.
But 4/4 and 3/4 are like 99% of songs.
Yeah. In terms of what's most common, 4/4 is the most common. Then 3/4, maybe 6/8 is also technically speaking kind of common. And also you would like simplify 6/8 with a different with something else because you can't do it. You have to look it up in the ranking criteria. Other than that, 5/4 is a thing that some songs have. The Mission Impossible theme, for example, is 5/4. The dun 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 dun. That's 5/4 apparently. Uh, 7/4, I have no idea how common that is. Then there's also 9/8 or 15/16, something like that. Sometimes appears, but probably really rarely.
I think 7/4 is you might come across more often in OSU than just like normal songs because a lot of rhythm game songs do use 7/4 just because it's kind of funny.
Yeah. It in a way it basically 7/4 kind of sounds like it has a certain sound of basically being 4/4, but there's at the end a beat is like skipped, so instead of could almost think if it was 8/4, it would kind of just sound like 4/4. But 7/4 is sort of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's like there's this little moment where suddenly you skip the 4.
Yeah.
That's something that just sometimes appears. You can kind of ignore it if you're not mapping anything complex. But it's interesting to know. Yeah, so does someone maybe notice something about certain patterns repeating,
I
like
may or
in a
may
very,
not
very
have
obvious way?
may not have spoiled this already.
Yes, you have actually. But nobody probably noticed. They didn't pay attention. It actually happened a few more times than you might have pointed out, though.
I wonder what it could be.
So that's one pattern, but there's also in the comma sections there's another one.
Oh, I didn't even
Um,
notice that.
yeah, in fact, that drum rhythm then appears again in the ki. I think it's like this.
Oh, okay.
So you can tell it's like this long full beat slider, two half beat sliders, full beat gap, full beat slider, and then the sliders again.
So yeah, just like repeating this same kind of patterning, but kind of like developing it in different ways as well. Kind of gives the map a nice structure in like the ideas it's using. Like using the same idea on the same drum patterns, but like slightly changing it when the
Yeah.
ki happens into like a more intense variation, kind of more intense.
I have like a question for both of you. Do you feel like if this map didn't use these repeating patterns, what would it be a worse map and why? Does anyone have any thoughts on that? Like, let's say the mapper was just like, oh, I don't care. I just do some other random half beat rhythm pattern, like every other pattern in my map. They could have just done that. Maybe even some of the other diffs did do that. I don't know. It looks definitely nice. It's visually recognizable.
The question is, why would you like it more?
True, you can also kind of like there is something about the song that also warrants it. It's like if you compare those parts where those things appear to other parts of the songs, those parts stand out a little bit. I will also say that those patterns, because they repeat in this really obvious way, stand out. Does anyone have an idea why they stand out? Even though they are like repeating. Shouldn't that be weird? Shouldn't something repeating not stand out? What about that? When I play a specific pattern that repeats, I'm often thinking to the map, oh, I wonder when it's gonna appear again, and to pay more attention to it.
Yeah.
Maybe if you're a really attentive player.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, having a specific pattern which relates in a way to the music just makes it a lot more satisfying to play when the song repeats that.
Yeah, but one question would be, why do you notice, or why would you notice that kind of pattern if it repeats? What makes it noticeable? If anyone has any idea, why does it like stand out among the rest of the stuff happening? It's different for the first time, yes. So basically, um, maybe I'll just put it in my way. I would say since most of the patterns in a map kind of have this structure where all of them are sort of slightly different, there's constantly stuff changing. It's kind of like all of that becomes sort of like kind of noise. It's like complex stuff happening. It doesn't stand out very much. But when you then have something that's specifically not doing that, something that's repeating in a really, really obvious way, as opposed to standing out from everything else, that makes it more, stand out more. That gives it more emphasis. It's like another thing you could, for example, think of as if every slider in the map had only straight sliders or something, if every single one was straight. But then you had this one pattern that had really curved sliders. They would stand out among everything else because it's something you haven't done. The same thing goes for repetition. It would also be the case if the entire map had these like repeating patterns, then those repeating patterns wouldn't stand out. You need some kind of like backdrop of stuff or just some stuff happening that isn't really special for then some stuff to be special. Sort of.
Yeah, so these like repeated patterns are unique to the map. The rest of the map is kind of filler in a way. There's nothing super special going on with the patterning or ideas. It's all just very consistent. And then you have this unique pattern, which is repeating.
Does someone notice any special patterns right before the key eyes? I think. Can you quickly? I don't remember if they are before the key eyes. Does anyone notice? Can you quickly look? Like right before the key eye. I mean. Okay, not that one. Yeah, that one, for example. And then the next one, I believe, as well.
Oh yes, the break.
Yeah. I don't know why they did a certain thing right before the second and third key. I have no idea why they didn't do it on the first one. But does anyone notice anything special about those patterns right before the second and third key? About this one. And this one.
Something which hasn't actually been used in the rest of the map, as far as I could tell.
Yeah, not in that way.
Daily
Do you have any
Care,
idea, Nate? Drew?
Daily Care just copying me actually for real.
They are a builder pattern, sure, but there's something about the visuals specifically, I guess. Nietzsche, do you have any idea? It's not rotated, it's like flipped. But there's
I'll highlight
something
the
about
I'll highlight the
yeah.
objects in question. So these and wait, no, not the first key.
Yeah.
And
Nietzsche,
these.
you might just have to like try to give an answer even if it's wrong. That I think that can sometimes be good. Even if you have no idea what we're getting at. Maybe just throwing some shit out, some answers can help, and then I could like try and point you in the right direction.
Maybe think about how the mapper made these patterns as well. That might help.
It is control H, yeah. When you do control so you can technically speaking, in a map earlier there were some patterns where the mapper took a slider, then pressed like control H or something, or control G, and then they moved it somewhere else. Now, if you just take a slider on some position of the screen and just control H it, is that something? How do you say? I don't want to say it. I don't want to spoil it. Let's say you take a slider and you just copy paste and control H it. What happens visually speaking with those sliders? What do they is there something between them? visually or geometrically speaking. So something special about that. Something. They are symmetric around the y-axis. Exactly. Now, are there any other patterns in the map? Actually, maybe that's maybe I'll just say it. So those patterns right before we to the key eyes, those are the only patterns that have symmetry directly on the y-axis. They are like perfectly symmetric on that axis. There is some symmetry around the map, but none of it is like on the y-axis. It's like maybe on a tilted axis or something. Can you like find a pattern or something that
Yes.
maybe is symmetric?
So like these.
Yeah, like these are symmetric, but the line of reflection would be like tilted by 7 degrees or something. Yeah, like there. You could probably also draw one that's like vert like vertical, yeah, like kind of like that. Yeah. So those could be two lines of reflection, but that's symmetry that's like on a tilted axis.
Yes, and that's
And
that's not as beautiful because when it's on the y-axis, it mimics the beauty of the human body.
good one. Um, do you like both of you guys know those like really old school maps where there's like where all of the objects are like symmetric on a y-axis? No, that's interesting. So
I
we had
can
that
get an
in our
example.
lecture on aesthetics. There are like maps from around 2010 to 13 that have this like kind of style where everything is sort of like symmetric on the y-axis. Nightcore maps would be another example. Yeah, like that one kind of has a lot of patterns with that kind of symmetry.
Except this
But
is I'm about to break everyone's idea of old maps. This is a 2021 map.
yeah,
But yeah, there's like these repeated patterns around the y-axis, which kind of has like a because it's not seen too often in recent maps. It kind of has like an interesting these kind of idea of doing that symmetry before the key eye probably wouldn't be that interesting like 10 years ago because it's rarely seen now. It does kind of have an interesting visual because it's not seen too often.
yeah. Most maps nowadays don't have that, or like, let's put it this way: this kind of symmetry is like really obvious and noticeable. And some people kind of don't. It doesn't look very like complex. It's like almost too simplistic. So a lot of modern maps after like 2014 have more complicated symmetry that's like on a tilted axis or that's translational symmetry or something else. Instead of every object being symmetric on the middle axis of the screen. There's also this kind of thing where like in those older maps you could almost predict where the next object would be. Now, so what's special about this one single pattern? So, because it's like symmetric, it's the only pattern that is symmetric on this axis. And because symmetry on that, specifically on like a non-tilted axis, looks really obviously symmetric, it's sort of like stands out among all the other patterns because all the other patterns have more complex visual relationships. Like the objects are, instead of just being symmetric on that line, they are like moved around, they are symmetric on an axis, they are maybe not even symmetric at all. They may be rotated instead of so they're like symmetric around a point instead of being symmetric on a line. Except for those two patterns. And because they are right before the KI, it's kind of like special.
Yes, a lot of people use this kind of y-axis symmetry because it's kind of a, like somewhat visually neutral. it helps build tension. We can maybe explain tension. It's a bit of a buzzword. But because it can help build tension and also help transition between sections as well. Um,
Some people
which
also do this at like the climax of a section, or maybe so like some maps have maybe a climax at the end of a ki, and then you put that kind of symmetry there. And again, because if your entire map doesn't do this, it will look very different, and if it looks very different, it seems more special. And if the pattern looks really special compared to everything else, that fits if the song is like doing something special. I think, especially after like Pishy made also that kind of comment in a video about aesthetics, I believe. Somewhere in it, and after that, kind of people started to copy that that specific idea a little bit more with the really obvious symmetry on special parts of the song. But you can do other things. You could also say make a pattern that maybe is like you have no really obvious geometric patterns in your entire map, but then in this like really special part of the song, you have like a square pattern or a square slider or something. That will then stand out a lot because it's more obvious. It's like more obviously geometric or something like that, or symmetric.
yeah, maybe we can also talk about tension because this map did it quite well.
Yeah, you want to talk about that
Yes.
maybe just
So
explain what you think the word means.
a question that I have first for everyone is why do the starts of these kiais hit so hard? That's my first question.
Mean in terms of the song or map?
Why does the map hit so hard when that kiai starts? Exactly, yes, the pause right
True.
before. And this is kind of funny with the break.
Yeah, it's like an anti-climax kind of thing, which
Yes.
also happens in like the structure of the song. You like the ki does this thing two times where, or the the song does this thing two times where right before the chorus there's this like specific part, and then when it happens the third time, the song does like a switch up. It's like you expect, oh, yo, the chorus part is gonna come again, and then it's like, whoa, this is break,
So
and then it comes in real hard.
yeah, the reason
Yeah.
why this pause does kind of make the kiais hit harder is because when you do have a pause of objects right before the next section, it kind of builds anticipation of when the next object's going to be. It's like that build up of anticipation in the short pause helps build what's called quote unquote tension, and then that tension's released as soon as the first object starts. Let me see if any of the other diffs um, don't do this. Because if you see like an example of a diff that doesn't do it, I think they all actually do it. But yeah, this like this pause is build in anticipation for the next objects. It's kind of a cool thing to do in maps, because if if we mapped this like I'm just gonna do a little bit of mapping right now. If we mapped this instead, fill in the gap, it kind of ruins that effect. Where suddenly there's not like a build up of anticipation for the next object because this object's here and it's still kind of quite intense. It like completely ruins that effect and the KIs don't hit as hard. And yeah, as Selly mentioned, and you can also do this with like slow sliders, like low density rhythm as well. As Selly mentioned though, this has kind of been built up in the first two KIs. And then in the third one, there's a pause here. A player might expect the KI to start here and then it just goes into a break, which also has like a really nice effect. So yeah, I hope that explained tension. As it's not necessary to do this in mapping, but if the song supports doing something like this, it's definitely worth doing. because it just makes the start of the key I feel a lot more intense. Does anyone have any
Yeah.
questions about that? Yeah, it's probably something that you would never think of, but it kind of makes sense when you hear it explained.
Yeah. I mean, it's also like a concept that is like a thing in music as well. Just like you can have certain things, certain ways about structuring a song that make it become more tense, and then whenever there's tension in music, you're supposed to like usually at some point then release it. Like you can do it also with melody or harmony and stuff like that, like having really dissonant harmony, more tense, and then when you go to more harmonious harmony right afterwards, it has this like nice effect, sort of. Kind of same thing with rhythm, I guess, where like you can build tension by making rhythm become more dense, and then when it suddenly is really low density, or if there's a break that releases the tension, sort of
Yep.
also applies kind of in mapping. Guess mapping, it can go both ways. You can build tension with higher density and then release it with low density, or the other way around, where you have a sudden moment of low rhythm density and then going to high rhythm density suddenly feels like it's a moment of release. I think there's nothing really other nothing else really special about this map sort of worth analyzing. There's just like one thing about where in the KIs the entries into all the half beat sliders are sharp, and in general the spacing just is larger. Or also there's this thing where spacing out of sliders is generally speaking larger than between circles. And there's one thing about the stacks, which is I think in the first section when the vocals just come in, because the stacks are sort of like mapped to the drums. The spacing happens only when there's a vocal. Yeah, like that one is a good example. Can you go to that one? Like, on was it 3, 5, and the slider head, there's a vocal. So all the notes that don't have a vocal on them basically have low spacing.
Yep. So then the snappy motions only happens on the vocals, even though the rhythm itself isn't representing the vocals well. This kind of movement negates that.
Does that? Yeah. Oh, one little thing. Maybe that we. I don't know if you will notice. Uh, does anyone notice anything about like stacks or overlaps with objects? Maybe in the section with the vocals, for example.
Hello. Yo, I don't notice anything.
Might be more noticeable in the section before the vocals come in, actually.
Oh,
No,
okay.
just again. Oh. So does someone notice anything about stacks on anything in that section? Hello, Yukinoa. Again. No, that's not what I'm getting at.
I think this question might be too hard. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think anyone's gonna
Okay.
get this.
Does anyone want to give one more try? Maybe Nechu or Yukinoa, do you notice anything about stacks in the section before the vocals come in?
It
It's
does
more
also,
noticeable for
yeah, it kind of
locals.
happens throughout the whole map, but
It's also something that happens in the Val map, but a bit more obvious in that one. Not drums. And by the way, I'm specifically referring to perfect overlaps, I guess. So there is something about the perfect overlap, something that appears multiple times. Any last guess? We can look at maybe your map. Oh, play map. Yeah,
stop
play the map.
complaining and open it in the client.
Play it at 75%.
Okay. I hope I actually got this right, because I might not have. Okay, if no one
You
can
just
guess it,
want to
I'm
spoil
gonna.
it?
I mean, you say spoil it, but I don't actually know the answer.
Yeah, you can give the last guess and then I'll just
Okay.
reveal it what I think it is.
My guess is how it's structuring objects, like a couple of objects after, like it's trying to overlap stuff a lot, like this. Um, on this, like it's trying to
Okay.
overlap objects with previous objects to build some kind of structure, like this.
Yeah. Like there's I think more than a lot of other maps, there's just like certain objects that have like 5 or 3 other objects that are somehow perfectly overlapping with them. Like it's almost never the case that what am I saying? It's more often the case that more than 2 objects are perfectly stacked. It's like if there's a slider, then there's some object stacked on the slider end and on the slider head, and then maybe there's a slider stacked under the slider that's then also stacked with another thing.
Yeah,
So it's like
this is
a
something
lot
you
of
would
shit is stacked.
This is something you can only really do if you do map with hit animations disabled. It does kind of make it have a nice structure because if you play an object, even though the hit animation may have already played, let's play this with hit animations. You do kind of have I think you've explained this to me before, Sally, where you kind of have like an after visual of where this slider end was. So it kind of makes it feel a lot more structured when you have an object placed in that point. Even though that slider end isn't visible when you click the 6, you kind of have like an after image of the position of some of these objects, which makes it feel more structured.
I mean, it's even the case when you overlap them with the slider path, arguably. It's probably more nowadays since skins don't have the slider end thingy anymore that often.
So that's something that's nice about it. I personally don't think that it's that valuable to have objects overlap like this. It's more of,
Just some kind of structure.
yeah,
You
it's
could
like,
use any kind of structure.
yeah, like you could do half overlaps are the best ones.
Yeah. A side effect of it is maybe that you also have a lot of like movement that has repeating positions. And to some people really like that when there's like movement that goes back to where you were previously somewhere. Obviously, if you do it like to really, if you take it to the extreme, then you will have like trash playfield usage, unless you're like really thinking about how to approach it. Is basic structure kind of. I mean, this map does it a bit like more than some other maps. Like in most of my maps or something, you wouldn't find that there's like a slider that's then overlapped by 5 other that has 5 other perfect overlaps. That's like it's a bit more than usual
Also, just
and
to say, we are
not
going to
as
be,
special though, yeah.
just to say as well, because we are analyzing these maps. When analyzing a map, it is kind of necessary to analyze basic stuff like this as well,
Yeah.
just to understand it.
Also, we already talked about all the like the most interesting stuff out of this like relatively basic map. Yeah. I think we can maybe even move on to just another map. So you know how much time? Well, Laska, if you can know how much time do both of you have? Because who has the least time? We can maybe go first. Okay. So I guess we can just do Laska's map, which is Ghost Rule by Val.
Yeah, I've
Val
never
108.
seen this map.
I've actually never seen it as well, but it has some interesting concepts.
Where is it?
It's kind of similar to this one, in fact, because it has like a similar BPM, sort of, but it's not alt actually.
Yeah, I knew it was ranked. I'll look at the loved version.
Yeah, so 0108 diff.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're just gonna play it all the way through.
Yeah,
I
I'll play
guess.
it all the way through.
This is like a lot of specific things actually I've noticed. More than usual Val map, I think.
This is a very Val map.
Yes. Were there some things in it I haven't seen Val doing in other maps actually? Cloud farm map. Normal, so funny. I'll shut up. Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of a cool map. Okay. Well, should we just like start right away when he's checking, or do you want to say something?
I mean, I feel like if I say something, I'm going to spoil all of your questions. But yeah,
Well,
this is very similar to the last map in terms of kind of what makes this an interesting map. It's got different issues, but a lot of the same positives.
true. Has more positives for me. Anyway, so what are like some of the most obvious concepts that you guys notice? Just what are some things you notice about the map? Can say anything you want.
I can play through it again, but I'd recommend looking at it in the editor.
Yeah. If anyone needs a link. Or did you already link it in here? Oh, you can't right now, say. No, you can't open it in the editor.
I can link it.
It was the 0108 diff. 0108 diff. wonder why you're streaming solo quality today.
Wait,
So weird.
I think I might know why. Let me
It's
have
like
a look at
also
something.
the bitrate is low.
I think it might be because we set the server to Russia last time. That might be why, yeah.
True, Laska was right. It uses a lot of the symmetry. In fact, Valor's like one of those mappers that like basically grew up mapping in that kind of style. This map is in fact probably... It has a lot less symmetry than some of his other maps like that.
I'm just gonna
But he
stop.
has a lot of
Just gonna
really
stop
symmetric
streaming
pattern.
and then start again.
Okay. But yeah, Valor's a lot of on a tilted axis or something. Could say that pattern is a really big symmetric one, right? And it's again right before the Ki. Kind of doing that same thing we saw on that other map. Same one here. Now that pattern is also doing some other funky stuff. Maybe doesn't maybe notice anything else about that. Yeah, it's like scaling up and down in SV. And then the last slider is suddenly like a lot slower.
Yeah, so this is like that build-up of tension we mentioned.
Yeah. Really low rim density, and then it goes. High rim density, blah blah.
One other thing this does quite well is if you look at like the position of the slider heads, the way that this pattern would be played, the first is kind of not really cheesable, and then because it's like Control G'd, you're pretty much forced to play the extent of the sliders, which is nice. The only thing is it didn't do that when it repeated, which is kind of
Yeah.
disappointing.
Yeah, Val just went for full symmetry on the second time. Anything else? I mean, Yukino kind of mentioned something about play a bit more of the map, John. Yukino mentioned something about the scratch. DJ scratches. Actually, can you turn hit sounds down? Or off? Pause right after the KI. This is a pattern specific to that with two sliders. Yeah, it has like the specific slider shape as well. Might notice something else about that. When you look at how long the sliders are in the timeline and then on screen, is there something noticeable about it? Fast sliders, yes. So those are like almost twice. It should be like twice as fast, maybe even faster.
Twice as fast.
Yeah. And actually, maybe can you play the map from the start again? If you might have not noticed with those can you stop for a second? Sorry. You might have not noticed with those scratches, but they always had a new combo on them as well. Like, could interpret that as like Val sort of like distinguishing them from the other stuff, sort of like grouping them together with color. But there's something else. There's some other sliders that have new combos in them. Do you notice anything about this? And then you can continue playing the map. Does anyone notice any new sliders with new combo, singular new combos on them or something? There was one there. Or this one as well, has the new comboing on every slider. Pause. Mm, not quite sure.
Yeah, they do
I wouldn't
appear to
say.
be new combo for visual reasons.
I wouldn't say that. So like that pattern that you just looked at, there's something else about it. The previous one. Yeah, that one. There's a new combo on that that sound and the scratch, and then the next one. But it's not. You could interpret it as being for visual reasons, but it's not just that. If anyone remembers our lecture about comboing, there's another concept that I didn't personally like about how to use new combos, which is used here. Anyone? Yeah, slider velocity. It's whenever there's like a slider that's like whenever there's a really drastic change in slider velocity, like twice as much or something, Val seems to use a new combo. I think specifically in the earlier parts, it's kind of like, also, yeah, it's discussing. True, I don't like it. Like, I feel like if the combos were different, this wouldn't really, it wouldn't really break the map. But I mean, it looks fancy. Anyway, what I wanted to say, so when you think back to the earliest scratch pattern, maybe if you can skip back, Jordan. The slider shapes are like all
Yes.
distinctly the same length, but because they are different rhythms, as like a thing that seems to introduce kind of like reading difficulty. So Val might have been like, hey, maybe I can make the player notice that these sliders are different rhythms if I new combo it.
Yeah, it does also have the visual effects I mentioned, even if not intentional
Yes,
by Val.
100%.
When spamming combos like this, it does, because there's no other combo structure like this in the map other than on these like repeated special patterns,
Yeah,
like
it
on these
makes them stand out.
vocals and on stuff like this. It makes the pattern stand out like a lot more.
Yeah. Also, I think you didn't mention that. You know what it. You're stealing his ideas.
I did
Damn,
mention that.
Jordan. But
Listen,
yeah,
listen
it
back to the
definitely has a
recording.
Okay. Well, yeah, it definitely has like a. It definitely has also a visual, like as a side effect. It has this like visual thing. I think arguably some patterns, um, like the ones where the SV is kind of like scaling, uh, the new comboing those kind of makes the concept a bit more vague. Ins- Instead of it sort of being like used to hint at the player that there's like a really sudden change in SV. Those patterns have really gradual changes in SV. So new comboing both of those kind of patterns makes it a bit more uh, inconsistent, or at least less simplistic. A player would maybe not as easily recognize that idea. Okay, saying something. Unrelated, but I also like this map specifically using extremely low amounts of circles, so the ki and transition jump patterns are more highlighted. Yeah, true. Kind of like a rim density thing almost, where like the earlier sections have lower rim density, basically makes
Yeah,
them less intense. Zigzags. Map uses nearly zero snapping aim besides those weapons. Maybe something about rhythms in general. Does anyone notice any stuff about the rhythms? Maybe like about rhythm density or what layer is being followed. It is kind of following vocals most of the time. Although, since Val is a bit of an older mapper, there's something kind of there's something a bit weirder about it that you might not notice. I'm not maybe I'll mention it afterwards. By the way, John, do you have like a skin with the combo burst thing at the end?
um, default skin.
Mm, Does that one have one in the editor? No, wait, it wouldn't have it in the editor anyway.
This should have it then, this skin. Why do you want to see the combo burst?
I've been told that might be one of the reasons why the rhythm is in some way like it is. Or at least some parts of it. I mean, combo bursts aren't that strong. But you might notice that like the combo bursts are at the end of slider ends as well. And like really old skins, there was this huge image popping up whenever there was wait, they're not combo bursts. Basically the like bursts that appear when you have a 300 or something at the ends of sliders. In the old skin, they were like pretty big and like obscured a lot of the objects. So people kind of interpreted slider ends as being stronger or like having more emphasis than they have. Does anyone have an idea how that might have affected the rhythm of the Val map? Or like if you pay attention to where vocals are or how the vocals are mapped with the rhythm, do you notice anything about that? This might be a bit hard, but let's see if anyone notices it.
Play it on low speed as well. This is also a good example of this slider here.
Well, it did fell out of popularity when this was made, but you have to remember Val is a mapper who sort of like grew up with that concept. So his rhythm is kind of like most likely structured with it still in mind. At least that's how I would interpret it, because he's doing that kind of thing that I'm thinking of. Like a lot of mappers after the big slider end thing wasn't popular anymore. It's gotten a lot more popular to sort of treat slider ends kind of like as stuff you can just put on anything, whether there's a sound or not. Oftentimes slider ends are on nothing, but that's not. That's a little bit different with older maps, where that thing appeared. He does put vocals on slider ends. Yes, Laska was exactly right, sort of. So what is he's exactly right. A lot Val sort of uses a lot more rhythm where the vocals end on the slider end. Probably because he interpreted that as being more intense because of that big burst right at the end.
Yeah, so a lot of mappers used to treat slider ends almost like they had to be clicked, like they were like actively played. So
Not sorry,
when
I want to say
yeah,
sorry. I wanted to say and then that doesn't apply to reverses because they didn't give that one. Now you can continue what you wanted to say, sorry.
so yeah, so when making rhythm like this, the Val is placing a lot of stuff on slider ends, which is being like you can pretty much tell like from this large rhythm gap while he's focusing on the vocals. That kind of makes it pretty obvious.
Yeah,
But then you
so
can see
even though
this vocal here, even though the next vocals are mapped actively with clicks, because of this like old style of doing rhythm, the slider end is also on a vocal, and well, from the perspective of Val, probably has similar emphasis as the circles.
yeah, when nowadays you would almost like think that his rhythm is sort of like having kind of weird layering or like that he's not following the vocals super strictly. He kind of is. He's doing like two sort of things which make it a bit more weird, which is the slider end thing, and then he's also having like some circles occasionally mapped to drums when there aren't a lot of vocals playing, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Yeah. So some modern mappers might think, oh, is like not prioritizing the vocals super well. But in this old kind of style, it kind of is. It's almost like rhythm choice in lower diffs, where the slider ends and heads are sort of supposed to map the strong sounds. I mean, I personally still kind of prefer the modern way of how we do rhythms. That's but this is kind of a interesting thing to know if you maybe wanted to map in the style of Val, that you would have to put more stuff on side ends.
Yeah.
And he is obviously still trying to do some stuff sort of to show that the vocals are the most important thing rhythm wise.
Whose map was this?
What?
Who sent this map?
Laskov.
Laskov. Ah. So yeah, I suppose one reason why you may like this map, I guess you do enjoy old maps. And like this, even though this was mapped in like 2016 or whatever, um, this has that old map feel just because of the way it's approaching the rhythm and like a lot of the symmetry as well. But you know, mapping progresses for a reason. Um, what I would say about that is you could map in the style of Val, and then you'd need to take all of this stuff into account. But if you did want to map in a style like this, I would recommend taking on some of the more modern like mapping fundamentals, like rhythm emphasis. I wouldn't really recommend putting emphasis on slider ends that often, unless you were going to do some kind of special movement with them. Because in terms of rhythm emphasis exclusively, it's no longer the case that slider ends have this kind of emphasis.
Yeah, maybe arguably they never had because it was like just a visual kind of thing. It
Yeah,
was like this just burst appearing. And the hit sound, of course. But nowadays we like to distinguish between the clickable, the active rhythm, and the passive, not clickable rhythm.
yeah.
But yeah, that's still something interesting about that one. Does anyone notice anything about the rhythm density for, let's say, can you like play the first section, then the section after the break of the first key high? Yeah. Maybe you can already skip to the next one, I mean. Does anyone notice about rhythm density in that section?
So we're not really talking about the key eyes, although what you said about the key eyes before is still true.
Yeah, it's right after the key high. So there's something about the song where like it's kind of the same section of the song, but there's something different. It does go up and then and down drastically. I would say it's just consistently low. Might passively follow the guitar a little bit.
It's kind of scuffed. It switches between the guitar and the vocal, but it's pretty much like the same density throughout the whole of this
After that
section.
part. You know, meant after that part. I think not. Because the guitar is just 1-2 spam. Or 1 beat spam. I think. Maybe there's 2 different guitars. I don't know. Oh yeah, does not anyone notice anything about the rhythm density of that part after the key high? Like, why is it? I'll just say, why is it so low, the rhythm density?
Compared to this part at the start.
Yep, look, I guess it has no drums. So Val is kind of like representing that overall, but they're just being less dense rhythm. And I guess in the earlier section he also like just mapped some of the drums with stuff.
Yeah, what's kind of weird though is Valley's like focusing on the vocals here, mapping a couple of the drums, but it's mostly vocals. Um, but because there's no drums in this second part, it's not only that it's lower density, it's also that it's lower slider velocity. It's just less intense in general because the song sounds less intense. Even though Vala's never really hyper focused on the drums, it's kind of like expressed there being no drums here, just secondary by it being low SV and low spacing and low density. And even in this next section, I do believe this is still following the vocals mostly. It's like sometimes mapping the drums. Um, both of these sections are following the vocals closely, but just because the vibe of the song is different here, it's using higher density and higher slider velocity.
Are you still there? We can't hear you,
Who?
John. You said something and then your voice just died.
Oh, I'm not sure why. So, um, what did you hear up to?
Uh,
Well,
until I said your name multiple times. I don't know.
so nothing, repeat, okay. Even though Valley's following the vocals mostly in this section and this section, there's drums here which Valley's mapping in parts. But it's pretty much the rhythm emphasis seems to be mainly focused on the vocals. It just because the drums are in the background of these two sections, the section has like a totally different vibe. And because this section has no drums, still focusing on the vocals, but it's using a lot lower spacing and lower slider velocity. Just because like the vibe of the song is different with having no drums. I would say this section and this section are probably equal in terms of following the vocals, but the vibe is different. So high spacing, higher slider velocity.
Yeah. I feel like OpenMapper sacrifice a lot of layer clarity for stronger contrast. Kinda. Maybe also just like they have more rhythmic variation usually, or might have more rhythmic variation. Kind of depends on the song. But there is less like clarity which layer is being followed, sort of. At least to our more to our understanding.
Yeah, that seems to be the topic of old mappers. They seem to sacrifice a lot. So if you do map old style, try not to sacrifice as much. That's how to be the
um,
good old style mapper.
nice. Okay, there's like um maybe something to notice about the movement in the KIs. So maybe play a KI at 75% again. Then anyone can like. Has anyone noticed anything about the movement?
Yukinoa mentioned this already.
I meant more like about just the movement in general. Like what are like the angles of the jumps or something, stuff like that. Yeah, it's mainly like either circular flow or just like zigzag patterns. I guess you can all kind of set that both. Anything about the spacing, maybe? That wide angle pattern was cute.
Well, wide and sharp angle emphasis also really heavily depends on the spacing. So, I mean,
Yeah.
a sharp angle can be more intense than a wide angle if the sharp angle is spaced enough. And there's also the fact that I kind of uh, went over this with Cad, but I don't think he was here. I was kind of explaining a lot of maps now kind of have an expectation for sharp angles to be the default. So that's what's considered comfortable. But what is actually comfortable and not all depends on the context of your map. If the map uses a lot of wide angle stuff, then a sudden sharp angle, depending on its spacing, could be seen more intense. Just because it's like going to be different from everything else.
I think what you're saying, could that probably might be true. I'm not sure if Val exactly thinks like that, or if he maybe might have changed his understanding of that stuff. I'm not sure, because at least this map, I mean, most of the jumps kind of are just like sharp angles stuff, but it doesn't seem like. I don't know if he would think that is a really hard map. Hard to say, I think. Yeah, he doesn't care about it that much, probably, or like might have a instinct to just put in, like, say that one square pattern or something without thinking much about it.
Well, there is also the case of this kind of this kind of mixture of angles is something which is old style as well, because when old maps used to use quite a lot of symmetry and wider angle patterning, it was kind of the meta, so to say, so it's more expected and not seen as difficult.
Yeah, and as you sort of implicitly said, kind of like the guides on movement by say someone like Charles or something, they were still like saying that some like say wide angle stuff is comfortable as long as it has like a, what was it, a smooth path through it or something like that. Anyway, um, yeah, I don't know if there's that much more to say about the movement actually. There's like some stuff about how the patterns with the SV changes back and forth that are like going from fast to slow. There's something interesting about those where there's like high spacing out of slow sliders, which is kind of, I guess you could say it's uncomfortable, but maybe a fitting way to say is just like it feels very different from the rest of the patterns. Like it forces the player to abuse the slider leniency more, so it just feels different.
Yeah, having a large spacing out of these slower sliders kind of gives both the slider you're moving from and the slider moving to more emphasis. Oh, it didn't do it here though.
Yeah, spacing between those is a bit weird. I feel like.
I'm kind of curious how much this map had to change to be ranked.
Yeah, this pattern was, you could almost say it wasn't introduced at all. He
Yeah.
just like had this, I think right at the beginning, there is this one pattern with a single scratch where there's the new combo in it. And then there are the scratches that just have the new combos on them, where the SV is mega fast. And then you have that one pattern before VKI. But there isn't really an introduction of exactly that idea of like high spacing out of slow sliders or something like that. Yeah, it's kind of a staple of old mapping. Fun fact, that's probably also why my mentor likes a lot of older style maps, because he just like thinks that people don't need that much introduction. It's just like I like challenging maps, so I'm map like old style kind of dude. Uh, yeah. Something that was that appeared in the previous map that we talked about that also sort of appears in this one. I don't know in which section it's the most obvious. Um, it's about something repeating again. Can you maybe play some section, Jordan? Maybe
Uh,
the
yeah.
calm vocal one?
The which one?
The second one? No, not ki, I mean like a calm vocal section with drums. I can notice it there a little bit. Maybe a little bit there.
And here as well.
Yeah, the patterns are placed in the same spots sometimes. So there is this like, again, this thing where you occasionally have that where you go with your cursor back to the same position on the screen. That was a thing in the previous map and this one. In this one it's maybe not as noticeable, but there is also some other patterns. Like in the Ki you have those zigzag back and forth jumps.
It's like not as explicit as the last map because it's not literally doing like perfect overlaps too much.
Yeah,
But
it's
it's
just
like
you go
the
sort of in the same
it's
direction.
it's kind of like returning to a previous area where the playfield's been used. Like this, for example.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, you can have like, if you take this concept to the extreme, you can sometimes have maps where the playfield usage is really bad. John, do you remember that one, like 100 BPM, like dubstep glitch up map that had a lot of like, it had like this gimmick where every object was overlapping or something like that, that you made a GD for?
No.
It had like
I made a GD, I'll just search.
it had like that Porter Robinson song background. What's the Porter Robinson song with the anime girl again? Maybe look for 100 BPM.
Oh.
100 or 110.
It's also possible that I don't have the map.
Could be. I can't look for it. But that map basically it kind of had that issue where, because the mapper tried to overlap like every slider head or slider end with something previously, they like had a really, even if you press Control A, the corners were almost not used at all. It looked like just a cluster, a circular cluster in the middle. While Control A isn't like the best guide to know if the playfield usage is good. Again, that map also had like that issue just where you would stay on like 1/4 of the screen for like 10 seconds or something instead of moving around everywhere.
I can't even remember what map that is. It's not the B map, is it?
No.
Oh.
It's like older. It's like
Older.
when I was still alive. And it has like the... What is that Porter Robinson song? It's not that song, but what is the Porter Robinson song again with the girl with the red hair? That was really popular.
I don't know.
Or you can tell me Porter Robinson.
No idea. Oh, Shelter.
Well, you probably don't. Shelter, yeah. Is that like a Shelter background?
Okay, I'll try and find this. Give me a minute. Got my GDs on my profile anyway.
I also had a GD on it, so you can probably find it on that one. Actually, it might be crossed out, because I don't know if the map is uploaded. Fuck.
Oh, well, let me search. Cannot type.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that important that we find it. so stupid.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Oh, it's boss fight elevate here.
Oh damn, that's an old map. Probably don't have it. Nope.
Rip. Yeah, and it's not uploaded, I think. So rip.
Yeah.
Yeah, but let's just ignore that. Fuck it.
Yeah. Stop,
We can look
stop
at
listening to
the.
this song.
We can look at Yuki Noah's map next. The R1. Jin Li Chao.
Top diff?
Jin Li Chao. Oh, yeah, I guess. Actually, even if it wasn't top diff, I only looked at the top diff. Okay, so you can just play. This map, by the way, is really good in my opinion. You can just play through it once. Yeah.
I'm turning hit sounds back on.
Oh yeah, this is some gamer sounds. Actually, can you stop? Can you play the map with like the Pishy Fat cursor if you
Oh,
have it?
okay.
And like, yeah, just maybe try abuse side INC real hard or something. No, it's hard. It's like you
You're
can,
actually
but just.
making me open my tablet drivers right now. Actually, can you link me the skin? I don't think I have the one with the long... Oh wait, no, I do have a skin with a long cursor, I think, actually.
Yeah.
I don't think my fishy skin has the long cursor.
Otherwise, I can send it. Wait. Well, I can't send it. Wait. Exports. Let's see. Yeah, I can send it you actually. I think. In fact, I'll just post it in the chat. This is the skin I use for mapping, which is just basically the default skin, but it looks nicer and has a transparent slider follow circle. And the stupid Pishy Fat cursor.
This does not have a fishy fat cursor.
Rip. Well, that's
Uh,
fine.
one of these... There, this will work.
Yeah, that's fine. By the way, bitrate still sucks. So I would recommend like paying attention to how he's like maybe cheesing the sliders as well.
I haven't doing a good job at choosing.
Yeah, you're not good enough. But that's fine.
I play maps how they're meant to be played, sorry.
Yeah, that I mean, you can even notice some stuff. Even if you don't perfectly cheese everything.
That's a cringe pass sound.
True. I think also whether you cheese some sliders, and this one kind of depends on like the rhythm a little bit. Like if you can't even see you that the next object has appeared yet, you're more likely to just follow the slider.
That's true.
Not 100% sure if that's internet, but I'll just assume AI is just a genius. Done. Easy. Everything is intended clearly. It's a Chinese map, so the map must be good.
True. And beyond our comprehension.
Also, I don't know why, but the singer always sounds to me like Nana Miran.
Really, I don't hear it.
Yeah, this map is really nice. Let's be honest, it looks kind of ugly, but not. I actually not. I wouldn't say ugly, but it's like not tech map are clean or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we could start off. Did anyone notice anything anything really obvious or something like that? Or what's like your first impression of the map or something like that? Yeah, this one has, I think, almost no symmetry at all. Or it would be not very obvious symmetry. Also, while the first map we looked at had like super basic shapes and something we kind of didn't mention in the Val map, the Val map had some complex shapes, but all of the complex shapes were like made out of only one or two simpler shapes. Now this one is kind of different in one very obvious way. Can someone say anything about like what kind of slider shapes are in the map? If you didn't notice that, I think you kind of, I don't know. I mean, some sliders have red anchors, right?
Well,
But it's
yeah,
like always combined ones.
the
Actually, there was one slider in it which was just like a straight line with tumors, technically speaking. So
yeah, the loops is a good observation. Because that also relates to some other stuff about this map.
I mean, besides being curved, just like say compared to the first map we looked at, was like a really obvious difference in the style between this map and the first one we looked at, which relates to the visuals of sliders. It might be like so obvious that you that it might be dumb. Like it might seem too obvious to mention. Anyone have an idea of what it could be? Does anyone have a guess? Please. Nature, do you have a guess? What's like something about the slider visuals of the sliders in this map that's like really different from the first map we looked at? Yeah. Let's see what nature says. Sorry. If I'm putting too much pressure on you. If anything, maybe more the opposite. Like, in the first map, you had like this, where there's only 3 types of sliders, and all the straight sliders are like, sort of at a certain angle. And then this map is really different because... Or it's like the opposite of that, because... It might implicitly have like some sliders that have similar degrees, just because that just looks good. Certain AR might have intuitively done that. I think Laskov kinda already said it. Okay, I'll just resolve it. It was just the fact that there is a lot more complex slider shapes. A lot more slider shapes with like more than 3 anchors or something. That's kind of it. The map isn't constructed mainly out of simple shapes. It's more like 50-50 complex shapes, basic shapes.
Yeah, a lot of the more complex shapes it's using it does repeat. Like this one, this kind of slider shape repeats a lot. Where there's like a flick on the end.
Yeah, or like they have a similar structure, kind of, visually speaking.
There are also some slider shapes which don't repeat a lot, like stuff like this.
Yeah, that one sticks out a lot.
And like these as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like mostly using like a lot of variation in shapes. And it's not exclusive to doing it on axis as well. It's like there's some examples where this is like actually like a 25 degree. Is it actually 25 degree?
No, it's not
Kind of.
made. It's not made super accurately. It's
Yeah.
like just. I mean,
like,
there's going to be like the angles of stuff is going to sort of be like I assume it is sort of going to be in some ways kind of at a certain angle always, because that just looks good. So I might intuitively just do it that way, even if she's placing it by hand.
yes, the main point here though is just because of the varied angles of sliders and slider shapes, it's kind of like the aesthetics of this are a lot more freeform and less rigid than the other maps we looked at.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe. Let me let's ask something like this. There's like a new comboing kind of gimmicky. I don't want to say it's a gimmick, but there's a new comboing thing that happens in the Kiais. Can you play the Kiais and then does anyone notice anything about the combos? Yeah, kind of have to see the entire Kiai to see it. Maybe someone notices it already? Does anyone notice anything about the new comboing?
I'm gonna have to look at that again myself.
Might be less structured than you would think. At first it started on the... wait. Kinda. But there's something more about the entire Ki section when it comes to the new combos. You might notice that Jordan is like replaying a certain part of the Ki. But like if you go back to the start of the Ki, there's something different.
I see it. That's
Can
a
you play
hard.
the starter?
That's a hard question.
Well, let's see if you see it. I also only know about this one because Hastash like taught me it. Actually, I think we might have even... It might have been in the lecture on new comboing, but it's a lot more abstract. Does anyone have any guess? Thought I can give another hint. Not quite. So the hint I will give is that the first half of the Ki and the second half have different new comboing structure. But what's like the difference between them? Now, again, try to not think like that it's too complex or something. Try to give like an answer that's sort of simple, if that makes sense. Like look at the comboing structure in the first half. What is it? So it seems more regular because it's basically only new combos on the big white ticks. But then we get into the second half, and now it's different. In what way is it kind of different? Again, it's something kind of simple. Or at least I think so. There might be like a certain really specific structure to the no comboing, but that's not what I'm asking for at least. Anyone have an idea? Nature, do you have an idea? What it could be? No. So in the first half, you're comboing on every beat. In the second half, what's like the main difference between the two? Or yeah, I don't know. Let's just say it has to do with the amount of combos. That's all I'm getting at. Yeah, there are more combos. That's good. That's kind of it. It's like, so Air has this kind of concept that they do in some maps. I think there might be another one that I know. I don't know if it was an Air map or different from someone else, but there's this kind of thing where if a certain part of the song is like getting more intense or sort of building up in intensity, the mapper just increases the amount of comboing to show that there's like that the part is getting more intense.
Yeah, in a way, the new combos in the second half start kind of representing like the sort of increased backing vocals and like kind of like ad libs as well. Just like
Yeah,
other vocalists singing along kind of helps. It starts to represent that somewhat by more frequent comboing.
I think it also happens in the later KL. I'm gonna make the map itself easier. I'm not sure if they're even taking the HP into account. They could be maybe, but I'm not sure if it's an HP thing.
Yeah, people rarely do new combo stuff for HP. The reason most people do new combo stuff is for visuals. Like HP is rarely considered unless it's super gimmicky.
There's like one other map that was a good example of this kind of thing by a Chinese map, but I don't know which one it was. Like something with a girl with snow, and she wears a sweater or something.
Oh, UK something.
I wouldn't say NC's. I wouldn't say the idea is that. I'll just respond to I wouldn't say that it's that the NCs make the objects more unique, because it's not about making objects more unique. It's just more color changes. At least that's how I understand it. Or like, what's the mapper of that one? There's like this one Chinese mapper that has like a pretty farmable GT jump map. With the girl that's like has teal green clothes with books in the background.
I don't know. I don't DT farm. Trying to find this other map. I literally know which map you're talking about, but I don't know the name of the song.
Also, it's not like a girl in a sweater. But it's more like she just wears a jacket. She stands in the snow. And there's this like, basically there's this jump pattern at the end that goes from like comboing is on every 4 objects to every 3 objects to every 2 objects to there's a combo on every object. And then I think the combos get larger and smaller to sort of represent the intensity. Yeah, if we don't find it, that's fine. We can just look more at the map.
True.
Yeah, you probably haven't. I don't know. It's like, I think that's an old one. Anyway, so I think that there is something kind of the really interesting thing about this map, in my opinion, is kind of the movement, specifically the movement in relation to the sliders. I'm not sure if if you guys will get what I mean if you don't playtest the map or something. But can you maybe just throw out some guesses or just try to describe kind of like the gameplay of like the key eyes, for example? Basically, Neju or Laskov, can you just like describe how, in some words, how the gameplay is kind of like? You can describe it how ever. Just try it. Maybe playtest a part of it quickly or something. Oh, her name is a bit it's
I'll link them up.
So I don't know if the idea with simple curves, in some ways it kind of is kind of accurate. It's like accurate in the sense that sort of the movement through everything is kind of like what's the right word? Like linear. It's not as snappy. It's more like you're sort of gliding through everything. Is it reason? I wonder if reason is the right word, but I guess yeah. Could also be that Yukino knows something about this map I don't. That would be big brain. and you want to give another shot, like explaining how they feel about it, or like maybe if you play the map, how it feels to you. No?
I can explain how the map felt when I played it.
True. Again, that would be a good idea.
So when I played this map, I felt like I was the movement was very comfortable, and like the sliders, when I was playing through the sliders, it was like I was making loads of loops, and it was really cool.
Well, it's kind of it. Looping is kind of a thing.
I'm just explaining my
No,
feelings. This is not an explanation.
that's true. That is very true.
But it
Feel the
wasn't
long
just it
opposites.
wasn't just that. I felt like I was playing the map felt so cool and fun to play. It felt very satisfying. It was like my cursor was already at the next object.
Can you maybe go to the first pattern of the first key eye? Wait. Or like the first blue one? Yeah, like that one. From like 1 to 4, how do you guys feel like the player is playing that? Or like how would they move, roughly speaking? Actually, can you play it quickly? Just that one pattern? Oh, I said, how would a player play 1 to 4? Yeah, the blue pattern. Yeah, it's kind of like a smooth line between basically all of the objects. Even though sort of the slider shapes are like doing something completely different. Maybe if you just look at in general what Jordan is sort of doing. A lot of the motions through everything are kind of like smooth, and then there's these like occasional big jumps on some stuff.
I'm not gonna lie, I felt like I popped off then. It's playing like super low sensitivity mouse.
Also, that cursor is weird. I feel like. But yeah, so like the slider shapes kind of have this like thing where because they have these sort of complex shapes, but also have like relatively a little bit faster SV, I think sometimes. You don't really have to follow them very strictly. So instead of them feeling sort of rigid, they are more like floaty, or like because you don't have to follow them as strictly. It's not as clear of a path. That
I,
makes sense. Like
yeah.
especially on that one, it's like you're just moving in a line from 1 to 4, and then the spacing between the slider heads sort of increases. It's just like this very linear motion through them. And then between 4 and 5, there's this almost like slowdown. What happens afterwards? Oh yeah, there's this like slowdown, and then there's a big jump to 6. And that kind of motion sort of repeats a few times throughout the map, where you like have some shapes are like sort of clustered together, or just in general
Kind
easy
of
to
like
abuse,
this
but in
as
easy
well.
ways.
This kind of
Yeah,
applies too.
yeah. So there's like
Oh,
um
this.
yeah, if you like analyze the map in terms of the slider leniency abuse, the AI is like controlling a lot how the player is like slowing down and getting faster. Kind of like there are some specific parts where they are really cheesable, and then there are these big movements out of them. And that kind of just like fits sort of the style of the song, or like, yeah, just works really well with that. And I guess in general, just like feeling of the sliders sort of being really smooth, that you don't have to follow them as strictly, that the path of them is almost like irrelevant. You're just moving between them, sort of. Yeah.
Other than that, does anyone have any other? Has anyone noticed anything else about the movement in this other than just like these wide angle slider patterns, which kind of has a similar feel as these? Something which makes this like very satisfying to play.
I'm not even sure which one you're talking about, but I think maybe.
It's it's the stuff Pink Heart does a lot as well.
Maybe? Anyone have any ideas? You can know. Do you have any ideas?
You might have,
You can say
if you
something.
paid attention to my cursor trail while playing, you'd probably know the answer.
Chinese Mapu. Play it again.
No.
Damn. Repeat the
In,
question.
instead of repeating the question, I'm just going to answer it. So it's also like these gliding patterns work really well with, there's basically a lot of looping motions with the cursor that are forced as well. And um, they kind of helped along with some like implied movement from sliders, like the visually implied movement from sliders. So this, for example, even though it's only would only really have like a quite a small loop when playing, the map creates a lot of these looping patterns, which are satisfying to play. Um, and it like does it here as well, where there's like this kind of looping motion. Um, it happens like all over the map. Here as well, there's like a looping motion. Here there's a looping motion. Here there's like a lot of these looping motions. The reason why this is satisfying to play is kind of similar to what we mentioned in the previous maps where players like to return to a part of the playfield they've been. It seems that these kinds of like looping motions as well also are quite satisfying to play. And they're kind of enforced by like these implied direction from the slider as well. If you don't know what that means, it's kind of like the direction of the slider end kind of gives you an idea of where the next object might be, even though you're not actually going to play this small end. Um, it lets you know that the next object is going to be in this area. And that's the reason for these slider shapes as well. Like these weird slider shapes with the red anchors at the end. It's kind of like a visual representation of these looping motions, which are pretty much everywhere in this map.
Yeah. Part of it is probably also that AI just thinks those sliders look cool.
I
At
think
least
these sliders themselves are inspired by the movement.
probably kind of.
There's like some So that even goes to sliders like this. I'm sure if you saw the replay when I played this slider, I literally made a looping motion at the start of this. um, and like it's not doesn't just go to loop like these looping motions as well, because this is like a large version of it, where you have this kind of like wide angle and then you loop inwards. It's like throughout this
Yeah.
whole map. It's something that a lot of Chinese mappers do, and it works really well with this kind of gliding stuff as well, because both of them when combined make for something that's like really satisfying to play.
Yeah, I think with Pink Heart, that kind of stuff is a bit stronger. Like with Pink Heart, it's like really, really obvious in some maps, or almost everything just feels like constantly you're doing smaller and larger loops, and there's also this thing where you that is sort of like a change between you slow down and then you go faster again, and you slow down and go faster again, it's etc. I think the main difference sort of between what those two mappers or how the maps are like is like air has a little bit more, or you can cheese like the sliders in air maps a little bit more, sort of.
Yeah, it's not as extreme.
Yeah, while in Pink Art maps it's sort of like not as much the main focus. Like there's still Pink Art still understands sort of like probably how slider lean, see like works, how it makes the map feel. But the patterns are just Pink kind of arranges them a lot more where they just point into each other more.
Yeah.
Well, in this one, there's also like stuff where say the slider shapes maybe towards the end where there's are these like little thingies with the anchors. There's also like I don't know if you did feel that shot, but some of the sliders sort of like start kind of fast or like there's a big jump into them and then you like slow down at the end. Almost like almost like slider razor, but like not really.
Uh, Not, I didn't really feel that. The most thing I felt when playing these is usually these kinds of sliders are before that kind of loop in motion. Like
Yeah.
I said,
There's only a little bit, I feel like.
it's more about like the visual flow. You can kind of like visually see how the cursor will move just from like how the slider ends are placed. True, I
I suppose.
cannot find a reason for these red anchors.
I think if you look at the map, right, it could just be that they think it looks cool.
But yeah, there's like pretty much whenever there's these looping motions, it's backed up by this like implied direction from the slider, and it's used so much in this map.
Oh yeah, I especially like that green one into the blue one. So if like even if you don't complete that slider, it still has like feeling that you're like doing that implied motion of the slider because you're like going up and then you are kind of going down a little bit. I think it also works really well because of the SV of that slider, because it's like faster. Like I'm pretty sure if you play the map you might notice that because a lot of the sliders have like these fancy shapes, the SV is also maybe a little bit higher than in some other maps. I mean, it's still like a calm song, so it's not like real gamer SV. Yeah, I mean, we've been talking a bit more about the map than you guys have been interpreting. It is kind of, I think, hard to interpret. Oh.
Yeah, Yukino, do you have any final words on this map?
uh, I have maybe one or two other things to mention, which is there's also something about like there are some circle jump patterns in the map, right? And those are kind of also different from how just a lot of like standard maps would sort of standard mappers would do jump patterns. Mainly just like kind of basically just like how the sliders are, because of all the motion between them is like smooth and linear. So are also kind of like the jump patterns. Like even if they are sharp angles, it sort of still feels like you have to almost encourage to flow aim them a little bit, even if you. I think you probably did snap the sharp angles a bit, but it's sort of a little bit encouraged that you kind of like flowing through them, even if there is a sharp angle.
Yeah. I feel like I just miss out on the intention of some maps because I snap aim everything.
I mean, I
I
don't know.
don't, I really find it uncomfortable to low aim larger spacing jumps.
Well, I mean, me as well. I don't know if that is the intention with all of the jumps. It is just like I think the general feeling that everything is like more smooth movement rather than like sharp movement. Oh, and I guess one last thing about the what the rhythm, especially if you does anyone have any idea what the rhythm is following in this map? Maybe play an earlier part.
Yeah.
I think the intro is really obvious, but after that it's like, oh, I meant the part before that. The part before that is really obvious. Like, wow, Hula is following the piano, epic. But already in the next part, what is being followed? Can anyone guess what's being followed? I mean, you know, made a guess, but anyone else
I'll
have
play
any
it again.
opinions? Playing the vocal part is also fine. Percussion. What are your thoughts, John? What do you think? Which layer is being followed?
I feel like it is following the melody and somewhat the percussion, and then it switches to the piano.
I feel like it's almost kind of just like there's a little bit of focus on the melodic instrument, maybe, but to me it mostly is almost like it's just made up.
Yeah,
It's like just
like some of these longer patterns are kind of
Yeah.
landing on percussion, but
yeah.
yeah.
It's sort of just mapping the general vibe of the song rather than following a specific instrument or something. I mean, you could also say that's maybe a little bit the case with the spacing as well. In the Ki, for example, it's like the spacing is, if you take the Stylianese into account, is sort of like rather expressing the vibe of the song in general than emphasizing any specific sounds or something like that. Yeah, that's kind of it. All I wanted to say. Maybe one last thing. There's a lot of free 4-beat sliders in this map. Yes, that's it. Probably for the vocals. Or just because 4 sliders are based, I guess.
3/4 slider's such a tech mapper slider though.
Here, this is Chinese tank draw. Incomprehensible. Like, I wasn't saying comprehensible. I think that's kind of a bad way to think about Chinese maps. It's like that moment when like people are trying to tell you that like conceptual art is like too big brain for you to understand or something.
But
I
yeah,
think that's just dumb.
let's give the advice I gave you on the map that you sent. This is kind of like the extreme of the advice I gave you, where it's kind of like if the song was mapped accurately, it probably wouldn't be as interesting as this because the mappers kind of took some liberties with rhythm to make some interesting movement happen. So this is like that, but taken to the extreme.
Yeah, I think if I was mapping this with like just a standard way of how I would do rhythm, I'm not sure if I would have any idea how to really do it. Because there are the drums in the background, and then there's this like constant half-beat pulse, sort of. But just prioritizing the vocals would be kind of hard, at least. I think you could probably do it with like rhythm that just prioritizes the vocals over everything, but it would be a lot harder. It would be a whole different map.
Yeah.
With like a lot longer sliders, maybe.
Just imagining you mapping this notch-hell.
Well, I think the sliders will be more like 2 beats long at most. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's when Chinese words written with more aggressive kanji. What is the Chinese spelling of the song, Jordan? Post it in chat.
The actual Chinese. Okay.
Yeah, it's in the metadata, right? Chinese word song. Yo, there's some epic Actually, what is it called in Chinese? The
That's
letter
kind of
list.
funny how there's no English in the tags.
Chinese mappers are just thinking about themselves. They don't
The
maybe like,
actual title is Jin Li Xiao.
yeah.
I,
I
I think she says it in the song.
think she said. Well, definitely is a very beautiful sounding song. At least I think so.
Something that's always that funny about Chinese singers is if you play like a snippet of a Chinese song to a native Chinese speaker, they'll have no idea what the singer's saying because of like how pitch-based Chinese is. It requires context to understand what Chinese singers are saying.
Nice. Um, but is that actually the case? I thought they would have some like funny workaround where they would like structure the melody differently
No, if
from its
pitch,
repetition.
a Chinese native speaker can understand like a sentence or so, um, without having the pitch, but changing the pitch of a certain syllable can change its meaning a lot.
Yeah.
And they don't structure melodies around it.
Wasn't there this like one funny word where like either means mom or like mother or cocaine or something? I forgot
I've
what it
never heard
was
of
that
that, but that's funny.
I don't know if it was cocaine or something else, but I think the word for mother is like if you have it on if you say it with the wrong pitch, it's like pretty stupid. Okay, so I'll just play. I don't know how much of the map I will play through. Let's say like until here or something, or here. I will not play through the entire thing. Or maybe I will, but like we won't look at the entire thing. Uh, let's go. Maybe I should do this view instead. Let's see if that works. Oh, now I have to play it. Rip. That's not what I wanted. Let's just play it in here, okay? There's no autoplay option yet. What's a funny lag? I think it's also ignoring customs for me. Because this map has some cool customs actually. Nice lag. Okay. No, then basically a lot of stuff just like is kind of similar with some gamer streams and gamer jumps. This is a gamer stream. Also, because Laskov asked, I think this is at least like 6.5 stars, might be like 7 or something. Especially because it's like 210 BPM. Yeah. Okay. Might have to, what is it called? Snaking. Yeah. Whoa. That's not what I wanted. Let's see what the star rating is while we're here, I guess. 7.21. By the way, I'm tapped out right now. Can anyone still see the game? I assume not. I'm tapped in again. Okay, so that's like one really obvious thing you guys might notice about like the angle of sliders. I'll play a little bit of the map again. Does anyone notice anything about the angles of sliders? They do be the same angle almost all the time. Well, it's like either, roughly speaking, this angle. Well, it's lagging real hard, cool. Either this angle or like flipped. So kind of like didn't want to copy that. Kind of like that. Almost all the angles in the maps are sort of arranged like this. Then you could probably also imagine versions of this where it's 90 degrees. This looks really chaotic. So I'm pretty sure there's like also this slider, that the angle of this one is also like just 90-degree rotate of this one. Let's check. You can't see the options say off screen. That's funny. Yeah, it's basically that. I don't know what angle either. You can't check in laser because you can only you can only rotate in this way. Oh, you can kind of check, I guess, because it says the number. Let's check. Or let's just find a slider that's just straight. Wait, that's not just straight. Like about 10 degrees, I guess. So obviously that's something that repeats like throughout basically the entire map. If anyone remembers the lecture on aesthetics, could someone say? Does someone have an idea of why they are all at the same angle, or a flipped angle? Why are they like so consistent, or what does that do? It's considered more nice when sliders are at a consistent angle. Yeah, basically it kind of like gives the maps first of all some overall just like it looks very structured if everything is consistently at the same angle, and also if things like say have all the same angles, it becomes like a recognizable thing. You see it more easily. It just looks really, really clean, so to say. Like if the map had more different angles, it would probably look more complex. or like less clean. Could also look less clean. Like some of the maps we looked at earlier, because they didn't have this like a visual concept this rigid, they sort of look like they didn't look as clean. They were like kind of clean, kind of good looking, but not like this one is like really, really clean looking. Looks also really, really modern, I guess you could say. Like most maps currently ranked kind of have aesthetic, an aesthetic like that going with for them. And even probably these sliders, the angles of them are probably some mathematical ratio of that one or something like that. Like maybe it's like 30 degrees or something, roughly, something like that. I wonder if I can change the interface so these circles don't appear off screen. This is so annoying. Oh, whatever. Okay. Did anyone notice anything about lead middle anchor? Because yeah, they are still the same angle. Yeah, probably kinda. Maybe go back to that one. Wonder if I can find it. This one. That was probably like 60 degrees, and while the other one was like 30, this is probably like I assume this is like a 60-degree angle. Like the first half and the second half of the slider are at a 60-degree angle, or 30, something like that. Middle anchor. Uh, maybe? True. Oh, fuck. Also can't scale things anymore the same way you can in the other editor, in the stable editor. Anyway, you can know I was kind of right. When you like remove the anchor on this one, then it's basically the same angle as the other sliders. Now, the mapper could have also done a thing where, like, say, they do this, where part of the slider is just at the same angle as these, and then this other part of the slider is 30 degrees off that. That also is kind of an aesthetic concept that kind of works. In fact, I mean, that's kind of what's going on here with this one, where it's like, it's at the same angle as this, but then there's this middle part that's like a 30-degree. In a rotated square grid. So not the entire map is that way. If you like Control A it, I think Laser does not like when I press Control A. Uh-oh. Um, I think my laser client is crashing right now. Very nice. I can't tab out either. That's very, very nice. I love that.
How did you manage to crash the editor already?
I press Control A. First, Laskov was asking if the entire map used like a
I was watching for like the past 30 seconds while I'm eating.
press Control A.
It's not. I think. Are you saying it's Control
Nice.
A because it's using like the same angles between sliders and stuff? Um, you don't have to map. on like a rotated grid for stuff to have the same angle. It just means the map has used a similar angle for all the sliders. It's like even a lot of mappers don't even do this precisely by rotating stuff to exact angles. They're just like some estimate something that's off axis slightly. Um, so it's not grid mapped. It's just someone placing the anchor points at like similar angles throughout the whole map.
Yeah. Something interesting though, Laskov kinda noticed is that there's a lot of like, arguably speaking, there is a lot of square stuff happening. So like there were a lot of jump patterns that have squares. Oh my god, I have to. I can stream again. Okay. Okay. Try number 2. So, okay, it's loading the entire map quickly. Uh, where is it? Something you might have noticed is that there are some patterns like, say, this one, where it's like a really obvious triangle. And then this one also kinda has a structure like that. And because there's so many straight siders, of course, might have, the that guess that you had, last curve, kinda makes sense. There's also like another pattern. There's obviously this one, which is kind of a square structure. This is kind of a square structure. And where is it? There's this pattern. Can someone okay, does someone like was this probably made? Does anyone have an idea? Or like how does this relate to what I was talking about a second ago? I tapped out. I forgot. Oh, and this pattern overall, this is also not at the same angle as the sliders. You can see that it's like more diagonal, a little bit more diagonal. So the circle patterns are also not like using the similar kind of angle as the sliders, but within the pattern it's like consistent kinda. Control C rotation 90-degree. Yeah, and then also like the spacing between all the objects is different, right? It's like this 90. All of the jumps are 90 degrees, but then they are also like scaling downwards. In fact, they are scaling downwards a lot. They go from like this huge to, well, this small. Then they go big again. Can someone tell what's the difference? This is a variation of the previous kind of pattern. What is the difference between this one and the previous pattern? So we have scaled 90-degree angles, also like scaled square stuff. Then we have this. Any ideas? Well, yeah, it's 1-2-3 combos actually. And that's also the same thing in this one. Kind of, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, blah, blah, blah. And then, yeah. But there's something else that's different. So, Nature, do you maybe have an idea? So this is 90-degree angles that are scaling and spacing. But this is not 90-degree stuff that's scaling and spacing. What is this instead? Or does like someone see some kind of structure to this one? Oh fuck. I hate this edit. Why can I not just control R? I hate that. One, two, three are copy pasted. They are copy pasted, but they are also scaled, right? And then there's something about you have like this one, it's scaled, and then it's rotated by a certain amount. Anyone have an idea by how much? When this was scaled, by how much was it rotated? Actually, whoa, I forgot you can't control S, or control Shift S. Nope, not 19. I think it's 60. Yukinoa. Like if you take this gray one, and then you rotate it, it's about 60. Can you see the number where my cursor is? Where it says minus 60.2? Is that visible? Well, it's gone now, but 69. Okay, so yeah, it's like a scaled like triangle kind of thing almost. And then you have obviously this one at the end that's just like, it's just symmetric. But like, what is the axis? Like the axis is like this or something like that? Actually,
No.
it's flipped. Like it's
This is an
yeah,
example of
rotate.
glide reflection.
Yeah, kind of. Or yeah, either that or it's a miracle. Or
Yeah, it's
whatever
like
the
a
fuck it's
control
called.
H and then moved down, basically.
Yeah. But I mean, basically, I mean, Laskov was kind of right earlier when he said that the map has a lot of like square structure. It almost looks like some stuff is on a grid, but it's just that there are these like isolated patterns that have like overall like a square-ish structure. And then there are some other like repeating structured stuff. Does anyone notice any other way in which jumps are structured in the map? So we have those like square-ish thingies. We have those like patterns that are basically scaling and then rotating by some degree. Anything else? You know, like
I've got no idea. What could it be?
what could it?
Yes, Laskov. Back and forth
Yeah,
jumps.
yeah, kinda. I mean, this one is also kind of like an example of. This one isn't scaling, but it's like rotation. Oh, and then in general, some patterns are also just like arranged in lines. It's like in squares, and then there's some stuff that's arranged in lines with each other. And some of those lines, or like say little triples, they are also at the same angles as the sliders, maybe.
There's also a lot of mirrored angles. Have you talked about that?
Yeah,
Cool.
kind of talked about that when the first thing we talked about was kind of that, with the every slider basically being at that angle or the flip of it.
Yeah, a lot of the what's nice about that as well is a lot of the circle patterns do stuff like that as well. Yeah,
Yeah, so like here you have the lines again. This one, those aren't at the same angle as the sliders, but they are at a consistent angle, and they are also at like at a mirrored angle. So if I take this and I press this because I can't press the shortcut, it is the same thing but
it's
flipped.
close enough.
It's close enough. Yeah, again, a lot of stuff being like inlines. There's kind of like a thing, apparently where we tend to perceive objects that are sort of in a connected line with each other as being connected to each other, that they form a kind of noticeable pattern if they are in a line. And then if I took then one of the objects that is in the line and I just moved it over here or something, it wouldn't be as visually recognizable as this. Not to say that your pattern must be visually recognizable or not, it's just the fact that it is. Then you can do something with that fact. Let me quickly look at my notes and what other stuff we could talk about. Does anyone notice anything about the follow points in the map?
No, not a follow point aesthetics.
Like it's like really noticeable like here where you have like these two sliders and then the follow points between these objects. I think it's hard to describe it in one single thing, but there's like something that's kind of consistent. Here it's also kind of noticeable where the follow point between this slider and this slider goes through the middle of this one. Does anyone have an idea how the follow points might be structured? Kind of. Also noticeable here. We have this and this. Does anyone notice anything about the follow points? Anything that's kind of like repeating? Or something that doesn't happen? Any ideas? Just throw out random ideas, I don't care. You can see this, right?
Yeah.
Here also a good example. Then here as well. It could be that maybe you, Jordan, maybe you've noticed also something that about them that I don't. But I think there are like two things that are kind of happening with the follow points. About to fall asleep, IRL. And say something about the follow points, goddammit. And you notice anything? Or are you too dumb to notice it? I'm just kidding.
Actually roasted plus L.
Does that happen here? Kinda. I think one of the things I already accidentally mentioned.
Well, one of the things, I mean, I'll just answer the question since you never said I couldn't answer it. One of the things is the follow points are always, if there's a follow point and there's like and it's coming to or from a slider, so the follow point is always parallel with the slider, or at least some part of the slider. That's one thing that you'll notice. Um, okay, maybe not there.
I mean, here it's kind of like it's a 30-degree angle of them. Here there's kind of this follow point that's like in a line with this thingy.
And then you have like all of those follow points in the square patterns, of course, are going to be parallel because it's a square pattern. This follow point, the follow point is pretty much parallel with the both sliders, the end of both sliders.
Yeah, here might be a geometric angle again or something. That's by the way, that's not one I noticed, but that's also kind of true. They are like following the implied path of the slider.
Literally look how the next follow point after 4 is parallel with the bump in 4.
Yeah, it's like
That's probably not intentional, but that's kind of funny.
anything else about the follow points. There's like two other things. Maybe do you notice them, Jordan?
The follow points are always like perfectly cutting through other objects like slider ends and circles.
Kinda. It's like
So
the
like
way
that
I would
one.
the thought I'm having is either who joined? Hello. Oh, hi, Katzak.
Hello.
So the thought I'm having is either the follow points are, or let's put it like this, they're never, when they're only overlapping, or rather objects are only overlapping the follow points when the object is like directly in the middle of the follow point. So like here's the circle is overlapping the follow point, but it's going through the middle. And then in all other cases, it's like they are uninterrupted lines basically. Like there's no object between here, or like this stream isn't here or something randomly obscuring it. You can perfectly see the line. Kind of a sort of a thing here where it's like it goes directly through the middle again. Then here, I think here it's noticeable where this could be, technically speaking, like slightly more to the side or something. Fucking hell. You just select the objects. Like it could be like here or something, I don't fucking know. Like, but this looks worse. Instead, it's like
It's also kind of
not
harder to
overlapping.
it's harder to see follow point aesthetics unless you're using a skin that has solid follow points rather than arrows like the default skin.
Let's see
Um,
if I have skin like. I didn't even have to do that. Because
yeah,
I can
just press
just.
Control O.
Let's see if I have a skin like that.
Does Argon have different follow points?
Let's look what Argon has. Nah, it has this. It has the arrows.
Oh, Yugen. I'm pretty sure that's got solid follow points.
What? An accidental escape. Yeah, and you can obviously also see whenever there's a geometric pattern, it also forms those angles.
I think we don't really need to discuss the follow points too much. There's just many ways. Some mappers prioritize the visuals of follow points by leaving them uninterrupted or going through exactly an object. Or if you go to the example of like those 1-2 jumps that rotate around the playfield, where it has like the half overlap
Hi,
thing.
Burak.
So
We've already started talking about your map.
Yeah.
Sad face.
map, but I
We've only. What?
I picked it. It's not my map.
I know it. I know that. I know it's mapped by
Yeah, you
other.
said your map. This
Yeah,
they
I
should
know, but
know.
it's the one you
It
picked.
should be that should be clear. I can't map good maps.
Well, let's see. I mean, the main thing we've been talking about so far with your example was just that this map has some real clean aesthetic. That's like the most noticeable thing to me. But it's a cool map.
Where
See, what
is
have we not?
where is the pattern?
Oh, true. Let me find it. Wait, was it?
Yeah, here. So you can see on the follow points rotate by a consistent angle here as well. Also, a lot of the follow point aesthetics here are just purely due to the geometry that the mapper used. But yeah, there's loads of different, and like this follow point here being perpendicular.
90-degree angle.
Yeah, to the slider body.
Perpendicular. Yeah, sorry.
This is like, you can make follow points clean like this. Sometimes when you try to make follow points too clean, you can compromise on movement and actual patterning.
Yeah, like it restricts you a lot.
Yeah, and it restricts the kinds of patterns that you would actually be able to make. And I don't believe follow point aesthetics to be that important. I did actually used to do this a lot in my maps.
Yeah, it can be kind of a bad habit to acquire, I feel like. Can be.
I think unless you kind of want a certain pattern to have a special effect by having some follow point aesthetics in it. For example, like large jumps and stuff like that. I feel like it's a bad habit for anyone to have. Because if you try to map this way, then ultimately you do limit yourself in other ways of mapping.
Okay, let's see what other points I have on my list. We talked about the consistent angles. We talked about a lot of the square patterns and stuff. There's some other like basic aesthetic things about this, like how a lot of patterns are like, say, symmetric in some way, or like how this is like, it's flipped and then it's translated over here. This is kind of symmetric in a certain way. I mean, these are kind of in another kind of way. Just a whole bunch of like basic aesthetic stuff. Some of you probably already know. A lot of just objects are being arranged in geometric ways or in lines, blah blah blah.
Oh, did you talk about those red anchors? If you go back a bit. No, not those.
The one that are like sliders at 30 degrees or something?
Yeah, those ones.
You know, I kind of mentioned something about them, like when you delete this anchor, there's basically the same angle as those sliders.
Oh, a more accurate way to put it is these sliders are symmetric, aren't they? The reason why these, no, I mean like the slider itself is symmetric, like across an x-axis.
Yeah, that's kind of true as well. Yes.
The reason why these works isn't because if you delete the middle point, blah blah blah. It's because if you take the 90-degree angle of that symmetry, it's the same angle as the other sliders. So you can use other sliders which have this kind of symmetry. And then if you take like the 90-degree angle of that line of symmetry, if it's on the same axis as the map, that's why it works. That's probably a really bad explanation.
That was fine enough, I guess. Let's maybe talk about one other thing. I don't know if any of you have still the editor open. But what would you say? What layer is the song following in this section? My bad. I turned on the wrong thing.
Well, it's the drums.
Maybe. Arguably speaking, kinda is. But then also I think just the guitar is also just consistently overlapping with them. Good night.
Much
you know.
beer.
Good night. Well, I feel like it's mainly, if you were to say what this is following, it is mainly the guitar, because the actual patterning and like the new combos like match the phrasing of the guitar. I would say it's like mostly following the rhythm's obviously mostly following drums, but like the pattern in itself is following guitar.
It's not so funny when it's strange. What it's definitely not following is the vocals. The vocals are, if anything, only implied. Kind of followed with movement, maybe. But a lot of the stuff just generally overlaps. Like, there's almost no place where there's like a guitar, but not a drum, or a drum, but specifically not a guitar. It kind of probably happens, but rarely. So a lot of times the mapper is kind of just like basically mapping all the drums actively, and that happens to follow the guitar as well. Well, with some sliders that are sort of like under mapping some drums, maybe. Like there's probably some drum sound on the slider end, but they are under mapped to follow the melody a bit more. It's kind of like following the melody with just some added circles. Kinda. Similar to the first map I think we looked at. Kinda has a similar rhythm to that one. Well, it's like it's sort of prioritizing a main layer, but then it just adds a bunch of additional nodes to make the rhythm more engaging to play. No. There's something about a lot of the jump patterns are doing a certain kind of thing with the movement. We kind of already mentioned it when talking about the visuals, but do you notice anything about longer jump patterns? Maybe not this section. Also doesn't happen here. Kinda happens here. And then, yeah, I think this is the best example of what I'm talking about. What some of the patterns are doing. What was happening here again, besides all the angles being like 90 degrees or 30-degree rotations, and it being like copy pasted?
Fading down.
Yeah, like it's scaling, basically. Map has a lot of jump patterns where there is scaling happening. Not all of them, like some have this like kind of uniform spacing everywhere, when they are like really obviously geometric.
I would like to ask, why do some of the patterns scale? And that's not a question for you, Sally.
Because of progression, maybe. You don't want the whole thing to feel the same. You smoothing
Kind
out.
of. Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree maybe, but you can't really do that kind of idea in extreme ways. Yeah, you can't just, or at least it would be really controversial to just do really small spacing and then suddenly really high spacing without anything happening in the song. You just kind of like, oh yo, I just wanted to like have scaling spacing to be cool.
Yeah.
Could you go
Yeah.
to that first one with the large space in right angles and then it goes into low spaced wide angles? Yeah, this one.
The vocal kind of goes down.
It's following vocal pitch. If you look at it again,
It's kind of following it, sort of. I'm not sure if it's just constantly going down.
it goes down then back up when the spacing increases. And then it goes down again. So the vocals are getting like slightly less intense and lower in pitch. So there's lower spacing. Kind of makes sense to do that in the intense sections, just as like an extra way to represent the song, which is really nice, rather than just
Yeah.
having like uniform spacing.
Another thing that's kind of happening here is, can someone guess why there are two huge jumps into these two things? Into 1 and 3, the blue. I move. Fuck you, editor. I hate what? Can I lock? Is there a lock note button?
Maybe you shouldn't have 116 beat snap turned on.
It turned it on on its own. Yeah, the shift thing doesn't work. Fuck it. Why? I'm not. Why the spinner? Thank you. It's still moving it. Okay, why are these two nodes? Why do I have big spacing into them?
For no reason. Other than,
Well, not vocals. Vocals are just chilling in the background right now.
I mean, there's no absolute reason.
No, there is. You can hear it, bro.
I was listening to another song. It's yes, maybe.
Yeah, it's like
Cause-
snare and I think also like a crash cymbal. On this one actually as well. And this one also has a big jump into it. It's like and then also the low spacing, the spacing being kind of low here makes the large jump here stand out more than. And then this one is kind of a bit lower again. And then goes larger.
Can you play this stream after as well?
After I mentioned one thing, which is also I think the spacing on this pattern in general is like scaling upwards. And then it's like there's this big break in rhythm here. Why did it unsnap the note? What the fuck?
So yeah, this stream's also cool as well, because it's also how it changes spacing halfway through. It's kind of also representing the lowering vocal pitch. The fact that this map is it's basically not mapping the vocals, but representing the vocals through changes in spacing and stuff like with the jumps and with that stream, which is really nice.
Yeah, there's another stream which I think also does it a bit nicer, or just like it's more extreme. It's this one. That's the gamer stream. Although it has no corner plus direction change. That's so it's not it's not the most gamer it could be. I'm being just picky though. Can anyone know how is this representing the vocals? Any ideas?
Can you play it again?
Let me also just select the vocals. Yeah.
Mm.
Actually, the vocals are also happening whenever there's a new combo. That's also kind of something. Anything else? Like I said it. There's these like corners, or I don't. Some people call them direction changes. I call them corners because I would call a direction change more like something like what's happening on 9, where it's instead of going counterclockwise, the stream starts going clockwise. Maybe you could call it a rotation change instead. But yeah, basically there's a vocal here or this tick, so there's this corner here where you have to like change where you're moving, which adds a lot of emphasis.
Yeah.
But this is like the only stream where it's this aggressive. Most of the streams are kind of just like
Something that's
brain
also
curves.
kind of cute. Go to the first pattern that you was just looking at with this stream. And I wonder if someone can tell me why it decreases in spacing through the stream.
Those vocals.
In this case, there might also be multiple reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's gradually decreasing spacing here, and then it is big here again.
So rather than say what the reason is, I think a better question is to say why does this work? Because we don't know the mapper's reasoning.
Yeah. So this is just like really nice, regardless of the like song representation or something. Goes down in spacing and then it suddenly is big again.
So
if you go down in spacing on the corner, it's easier to play.
in fact, it's hard. It gives it more emphasis. It's the opposite, because then you need a certain speed up as well as direction change. It makes it harder to play the next couple of notes.
Well, it would be easier if on the corner the spacing was still low and then it sped up slowly again. But because it's going from, the spacing is getting smaller, but then it's suddenly getting really fast. That's kind of what makes it a bit harsher.
I disagree because no one's gonna hit that perfectly on the slowdown. So it makes it
Well, you don't need to hit it perfectly.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Nobody's gonna slow down perfectly there and jump in
but
speed.
there's always slow down. They are going to slow down.
It will be smooth.
Well, one thing
that is, well, we're not saying that the slowdown is the hard part.
Yeah.
The hard part is the spacing after the slowdown.
I know it won't be a problem.
Well, you're just saying how the slowdown isn't a problem.
Okay,
but
then
we
agree.
Increase afterwards? What about the spacing increase afterwards? Don't you think it would be easier if it was gradually going from low spacing to high spacing up again? As opposed to it starts at high spacing right there.
It will be a little bit easier, more easier, but
yeah, I mean, I don't think this is super difficult in general.
It's undeniable that The increase in spacing after it's slowed down requires more cursor control. I don't think
Yeah,
anyone
it's
would
not-
disagree with that.
It's not like it's super hard. I wouldn't say that. I think this entire stream is still relatively easy. The hardest thing about it is probably that the corners are happening at like different intervals, and then maybe also this. The hardest part is probably fucking god, I can't select this shit. The hardest part is probably this here, where there's no gradual changes in spacing. It's just super, or not super, but it's relatively high spacing into basically no movement at all into higher spacing again.
I wouldn't say it's the most difficult, but it is the most awkward.
Kinda. I mean, stream could be even harder, I guess. Like you could make this one. This one is also a nice direction change, but imagine if it was like down here. That would be funny. But yeah, so that in general, I guess this kind of stuff where the spacing is like scaling and then it maybe is suddenly increasing again. That's kind of like just making the stream a bit more interesting to play, and it does require a little bit more cursor control, as opposed to if the entire thing was just like the same spacing, or maybe even if you only had to change spacing on the corners, as opposed to it being like it's smoothly scaling downwards. Also has this like nice effect of, which we kind of talked about in the first map, where this decrease in spacing seems to build tension, and then the tension is released here, where you're slowing down and then you speed up again. That just feels very nice. Kind of similar thing here, where like a short moment of you basically not having to move at all into you having to move again. There's a little build up on tension, which is then afterwards released with higher spacing. And also sharper curve, I guess. Yeah. I think in general, we were earlier kind of talking about how some of the jumps are scaling. Let me see if I can find maybe some other examples. There's also just some other stuff like it's just scaling down here. This one is kind of interesting. Does anyone have an idea of why there's like this really obvious difference in spacing between these two? This
Which
time it doesn't.
lowers?
Lowers of what? What instrument?
Can you play it again? Guitar, maybe.
It gets gradually lower on the first pattern, then the last one too is snare, so it's highly spaced.
So the guitar has high pitch here. Or like these 3 notes, kinda. I think this one is a really low note. Then this one is a high note, and then we see there's a big jump into this one. This jump is like still kinda big. I mean, I don't know if it would make sense to make this one a small jump just because it's a
I feel like that.
low pitch.
I feel
like
like
that's
those two jumps are small to help create contrast to the next two jumps, which are snares. Because if that jump, the grey one, to use the same spacing as the guitar, then those snares wouldn't have any emphasis.
I also have another idea. I mean, you were talking about snares, but there's another thing which is on these two, the low pitch toms. And then there are 2 snares here. Kinda. So there's like also, I think there's a snare here. So snare tom combo on this one, then it's just a low tom, and then it's 2 high pitched snares. That's also why the spacing into the first note I think is big. But then because there's no snare here, it's small space, and because there's a low pitch tom, I think that's why the spacing is low. What about this one? Does anyone have any guesses? I think this one
Guitar.
should be simpler. Yeah, it's guitar. It's like scaling up and spacing basically consistently. Could be that maybe some note, like this one is actually getting lower in pitch while this one is the highest. I'm not that good at telling the pitches of notes. How do you hear that, Jordan?
It's consistently going up in pitch. And then it goes down on the slider.
That's slight end.
1/4 difference, by the way, in time.
What
I
did
think
you
it's
say?
fine.
The slider end is just weird.
It's
Oh
at the
yeah,
end.
that's strange.
Because there's at least there's like huge spacing out of it, so it makes it harder to hit.
Hmm.
I think here it's pitch again as well. And then this is high pitch, but there's these two drum sounds on these notes, which is sort of being emphasized by it being split up in this chord pattern.
Honestly, that pattern could be better.
Probably.
Because there's like different drums and different guitar pitches, but the jumps are the same spacing.
Yeah. I mean, in general, I think some of the patterns in the map are probably kind of just scaling spacing because it's like a really cool way to structure jumps. But some of them do also have really are really structured well with the song in mind. This one is kind of weird, where the emphasis is on the snares, but like, well, at least that's how I'm interpreting the song here. But then the spacing into them is always small. What if
I mean,
it was
I'm
like this?
interpreting that pattern as following the guitar.
Well, I hear the guitar emphasis on the snare as well. I guess it could kind of work like that.
It is kind of weird. I've not obviously seen much of this map. Like I've only seen it since I came back. Because it's using space and emphasis on both drums and vocal / guitar pitches. It kind of does make, you can kind of get a confusing thing where you're emphasizing two layers in different ways. And it can kind of not be clear what you're actually trying to follow. And I think that's a problem this map has in places.
Maybe.
I think we
Oh
talked
yeah,
about
these are
that
lower
in the.
SV.
I think we talked about that in the spacing lecture as well about common spacing mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, no song. This is always going to be kind of hard. And I think to most part, for most part, the mapper is probably kind of doing it right. But at least I'm hearing that most of the time, where the snare puts emphasis, the guitar also puts emphasis. But they could potentially come into conflict. Does anyone have an idea why the SV here is going down from 1.5 to 1? Like before we have epic guitar solo moment. Then we go to how does the song sound different? In what way? Any ideas?
If I'm not wrong, the guitar is playing palm mute in the first one and open string in the second one.
I personally
Yeah.
was thinking a little bit more about the pitch, but it's kinda, I think it's kinda what you're saying. Isn't it like a mix of open string and palm muted? Like basically the earlier part, it was kind of just like high pitch guitar solo moment, gaming, and then in this next part it's like gent with some occasional high pitch notes in between.
those high-pitched ones are on mute, then rest should be open. The end of tree there, you can see the below tree. That's palm muted, for example.
Yeah, like the open string is on 2. Like this is palm muted, this is open.
Yeah,
And this is just a kick, I think. A slide ahead.
maybe I'm hearing it wrong because of the delay. Yeah. First one's palm muted, second one is
Yeah, then
open.
these two are palm muted. Could also be that the stacks are like structured around that. That like, because they're palm muted, the mapper was like, yo, stack. And then when there's a open string, it's spaced a little bit further away. And has a slider.
For anyone struggling to follow these explanations, sound is different, so map is different.
Yeah, it's like instead of the guitar kind of goes back and forth between doing kind of like tick, 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 and duh sounds. So like there's a difference between whether the guitarist is muting the strings or not. When they are muting the strings, it kind of just sounds like this. And then when they're not muting it, it sounds like this. And that's
Be right
represented
back.
with different in
Oh,
mapping,
okay.
maybe.
Thanks.
What?
I'll be right back. I have to go for a minute.
Okay. Funny slider. Wait. I can't. Is it doing a triple? It sounds like a different rhythm, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like 1/6 or something.
Wait, can I not select 1/6? What?
You need to
Oh,
set.
I have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, just enable waveform.
Oh yeah, that's helping a lot. Enable hit sound. I hate that I can't do the shift thing to change beat snap divisor. Let me change to a different skin quickly. Nah, it's not 1/6, but it's like something.
It's
Different.
like maybe it's just like not quantized.
I don't know, it kind of sounds like 1/4.
It sounds different than the other 1/4 though.
These both riffs are the same. That shouldn't be 1/6.
Yeah, it doesn't sound perfectly 1/4. It sounds different than the other triples, which is kind of a little bit weird.
I wonder if it could have something to do with time signature instead. Like it sounds almost like, I don't know why, but it sounds like it's an on beat triple when the beat is here. So it can't be it. I don't fucking know. Oh, why is the spacing scaling up here, I wonder? Any ideas? Why is this not mapped? It's fine. But yeah, I'll go sleep. Oh, we see tomorrow. Oh, do we see tomorrow? Okay. Yo, nature is still in here. You're still in here. Why? Well, whatever. Spacing scales because pitch of guitar. Wow. It should be more spaced. It's like scaling up in pitch more than this one.
Yeah, so the gist of this map, a lot of pitch relevancy spacing. And
At
nice
least of the jumps, kinda.
clean visuals. Or jumps and streams.
Yeah, this one has really clean visuals. This one is funny. Especially with the low SV as well. There's like a special symbol on that one. On this slider. I can't select it.
Barak just left.
Yo, let's go. I think we can end it here actually. Unless you have some last thoughts on this map.
No, not really.
Yo, that's a cool patterning.
Cool. It's an arrow.
Yo, again, funny slider shape because funny symbol. I like the SV here.
Okay, that got hard.
I mean, this map is 7.2 stars. I wonder what the pitch. Why did? I wonder why the spacing is changing. Huh. Yo, Burak is back, but definitely.
Okay, the last map was Cats, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Cat isn't here anymore.
True.
Actually, I don't even have his map. So can you open your editor again?
Yes, I can.
Notice if I'm muting myself. You're like, hello. I'll stay for a little bit more, but I just want to put like a pizza into my oven in a second.
Oh, yeah, go do that.
Nah, I'll look. I want to at least see the first playthrough. How long is this, by the way?
I'm not sure, let me check.
Definitely seeing some nice visual concepts.
I'm not even looking at the map, I'm seeing how long it is.
Ooh, that's
Oh,
nice.
let me quickly click to the end. Okay, it's 3 minutes 30.
That part kind of reminds me of a tournament map I'm recently making. You know which one?
No.
You know, with like all the straight sliders and the slowest V, big circles spacing.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, this is really cool. Actual tech.
Wow, this is a hard map.
Well, Cat is a gamer player, so
I wonder if Cad can play this. Oh yeah, Cad said he played this map in a multi and really liked it.
Like, is it the exact same beginning?
I mean, it may be straight up copy paste.
No, it's not copy paste. It's just the beginning. Kind of similar to that like one slider. That's so so cute. I'm already spoiling. Damn.
Okay, so that's a very hard map.
Yeah, I'll
What?
be right.
One thing you can kind of take from this map is you can kind of completely see like Celine's mapping philosophy. When Celine maps, Celine doesn't prioritize song representation, but rather creating interesting patterns. And you can kind of see that in this map. There's a lot of structure around all of these difficult quarter beat patterns. And you can see how a lot of them do repeat and like gradually get harder. So you can see like these very specific quarter beat patterns like this and this being used on the same parts of the song. And like these back and forths as well. And like here as well. There's like these repeated ideas or concepts, but they're varied in like such a way where they're not always used the exact same way. And from what I saw from the later Kiai as well, like it gets mixed up even more just to keep the map engaging. The song is like quite repetitive, and if I'm not wrong, the rhythm is literally copy paste. I would just like to test that. I'm pretty sure the rhythm's just copy paste. Yeah, the rhythm is copy paste if you look at the timeline. So the copy paste and rhythm, there's like nothing really wrong with that. I feel like the rhythm in this map is varied enough where copy paste isn't really a negative. And the song is quite repetitive anyway, so there's nothing wrong with copy pasting. But yeah, there's lots of these repeated patterns. And look, it switches up the representation instead of doing that back and forth on those like the snare on the slider to the slow slider. It seems to switch it up like every 8 measures, so now it's using different patterning. And like here as well. And here. It's like almost gradually getting more and more difficult. And then as soon as it's switched into this different section, which kind of has like that like RP synth sort of, it's like switching to a different style of mapping where it's using these linear sliders. One thing about doing large sliders like this that I think this map has done well is when you do have doubles that enter into sliders, because we have slider leniency in Score V1, slider heads don't need to be clicked that accurately, so you can like click them slightly early or slightly late. It's a lot more easier to play a double that goes into a slider head, because you can like hit it slightly later while still maintaining a 300, and then you have like a little bit of time after to recover. So using the larger spacing on these doubles leading into the sliders works really well. Let's see if it does it anywhere else. See, it does it here as well. And here. So even though these patterns do kind of look ridiculous, with these hugely spaced 180 BPM doubles, because they're leading into sliders, they're not as hard as they actually look. yes, this section is really similar to what I said in the previous one about it using the same rhythm, but it's like varying up the patterning each 8 meshes just to make it not just visually interesting, but to give it some contrast and like difference in movement as well. It has the same emphasis in a sense. Well, that's a big one though. I think that's probably too big. Oh, and then it switches up again. Okay. So here's kind of nice because it's got these repeated patterns.
Back.
Hi.
Can
Just
you
start.
use TLDR?
Yes, I'm just going over like the pattern use. So it's like repeating the same rhythm through the map just because the song's quite repetitive. But each time the rhythm's repeating, the map is like changing up the actual like how the pattern is. So an example of this is these. And these. And then when the rhythm repeats, it gets changed up like this, which is kind of like similar emphasis. It's like a slightly different movement, but similar emphasis. And just to explain like how Celine's mapping philosophy is less about song representation and making interesting patterning.
Yeah, I mean, like that's really difficult to misrepresent the song. It's kind of one of those songs where you can like go hard, just do a lot of stuff on your own.
Yeah,
On top of the song.
that's true. Now, because the map's like quite repetitive, I mean, there's nothing really to comment on about the rhythm. Oh, I was just mentioning about these repeated slider patterns as well. So it like changes up in this section to a new kind of mapping, where it has like these overlapping double sliders and they're repeating positions. So kind of like how we mentioned in one of the previous maps, like moving back to an area you've already played a note in, people seem to quite like. And it also has this interesting visual identity as well. And this idea is like repeated, but with slightly different slider shapes and movement.
I think this map also has an even more rigid, like, has even more rigid angles of the sliders.
Yeah.
Like there's those two there's like the vertical and horizontal slightly tilted axis. And then there's like this I guess 60 degrees of it. And that's the only angle sort of diagonal parts of sliders are allowed to be at. Ish.
Yeah.
Might deviate slightly from it, but it is like really consistent with the angles. In fact, I think within like 2 beats or something, a lot of the sliders seem to be, or within 4 beats or something, a lot of the sliders are straight up just at the same angle.
Yeah. There's something about the ending of this as well. It starts to get less and less structured. I don't know if this was intentional. But having this like the structure go less and less, and like it seems to be like stuff's also getting more gradually spaced. Kind of works to the song itself isn't really climaxing, but it kind of works in the structure of the map. Where it's kind of like difficulty progression throughout the section. As a player gets more and more comfortable playing stuff like this, new difficulty elements are introduced, such as like this stuff, like awkward quarter beat patterning, and just generally like larger spacing and faster sliders, which is nice.
It's kind of like adding another layer of like build up and tension on top of the song. It's just like interpreting it into it. I think that also just feels probably really nice when you're playing a map and it like it gets progressively a bit harder and then it ends really strong when a certain section ends.
Yeah.
I think that feels nice.
I think this slow section is just kind of sleeper.
Can you go back to the first section? Like the absolute first section?
Yes.
I think there was this one slider that was exactly copy pasted and it is the exact same position, if I'm not mistaken.
This section?
It's like one big slider. I think it was again this one. Yeah. That one. And then you're just repeating it almost exact. Oh, it's different, okay. But it's like a part of that slider stays the same.
It's this, yeah, it's just like the bottom part is different, but it stays the same. 'Cause it's not to the same sound, that's kind of nice. One thing I would like to comment on is how intense this section is mapped. I think that's fine. That's not actually what I want to comment on. I want to comment on like how sleeper this section is. When there's like this constant half beat rhythm in the background. I just feel like a
Also,
lot more could have been done in this section considering the difficulty of the map as well.
Also, isn't it like legit same as the first section in the song?
No, it's different.
It's like it has more stuff in it even in terms of the song.
Yeah, it does have more stuff in it. So
So
really,
it's kind of it's like kind of weird that there's lower rhythm density.
it is. Because you have this break into this. I don't really think you should ever have a break into a very slow section. Because a break itself, kind of like when we mentioned tension previously, the end of a break builds tension. And then you have that tension come into this. There's like no release of that tension at all. So it's like an unsatisfying section to play.
Yeah.
It's also kind of long as well. It's like like 30 seconds of slow sliders and a spinner.
There might be something about it that feels kind of immersive, but is a bit meh. Could be,
Yep.
It could just be a little bit more interesting. Have you
One-
said anything about the combo colors?
No.
No colors, but like combos.
Oh no, not yet. If you want to make comments on the combos though, one thing that this map is also a bit strange with is how I talked about the progression leading to the end of this KI. Usually you'd have progression if a song section repeats like this. It actually sounds like this one is more intense because there's like this quarter beat, a sound like every half beat or quarter beat in the back. But it actually appears that it's got more quarter beat circle patterning, but it's like less intense than this one, where there's like these like all spaced huge spacing and like mega emphasis on these snares. So the start of this Kia is actually kind of like not really progressing the map much.
It's like anticlimactic almost.
It is kind of starting to develop some more complex quarter beat stuff like this. That could be the reasoning behind that, but I still feel like it could have emphasized these snares more just because it did a lot before. Yeah, and then it's developing the crazy quarter beat stuff. What did you want to say about the combos? I don't really have anything to say about them. They kind of look like, at least to me, it's just like combos separating certain ideas. So like the comboing is like so consistent. There's these back and forths that are used. I feel like the combos, at least their main use may be to make certain patterning more recognizable, like this and this and stuff like that.
You're saying more than I wanted to say.
that.
All I kind of wanted to say was that I think the colors separate the patterns really well.
Oh yes, that's true.
And also there is just like a lot of combo a lot of NCs.
The combos are done super consistently and in the same way when patterns repeat. So like when you have the back and forth stuff like this, Um, and like some of these longer, I say longer combos, they're only 4 long, but like some of these slightly longer combos and then like new combos and back and forth. Like these shorter combos seem to be for more dense quarter beat patterning. It kind of makes the actual patterns that the map is repeating more visually recognizable.
Also, it looks like the combo colors literally look like as if this map is supposed to be color hex, but it's not. Like has those 2 shades of gray. They're like, are there 2 shades of blue or something?
No, I don't think so.
Nah, okay, yeah, it's like just the like colorful colors are like really different from each other. They're like they have a lot of color contrast. But then there are these 2 gray shades. And probably is the case usually it's the case when you have something like that the mapper wants those 2 shades of gray to sort of like be there in an
So
entire
like,
section. Like the calm section is
yeah,
all gray combo colors, and then the intense section is all colorful or whatever. But here it's just the colors are there, but then they are just like not. It's just
yeah.
not color X at all.
Although the grey colours do kind of help with, like I said, with contrasting with the brighter colours. Probably would have made sense if this isn't going to be colour haxed. Probably would have made sense to not have the greys together, so it had like a greater contrast.
Yeah. Right now it's almost like it's grouping the objects with the 2 gray combo colors together, but the grouping is probably unintentional because the developer just most likely didn't actually plan any of those connections.
That'd
It
be
just
kind
happens
of,
to be that the grays are sort of like when they are together, like it groups objects together in a way that they've probably not planned.
yeah. It'd be kind of big brain if it was intentional. If this, like, because these patterns are all repeating a lot, and then these grey combo colours kind of float about and don't repeat at the same point and make different groupings. When they repeat, that would be big brain. But probably not.
Yeah, that is clearly what is going on here. The mapper is just incredibly smart. That must be it. Yeah, it's fine. Also, might have sounded like I was making fun of the map, but I'm not.
Well,
But I
these
might be
this
one.
the same idea with kind of like a development of this kind of getting more chaotic near the end. Towards a climax. There's like a nice development of this quarter beat patterning because it wasn't really used too much in the first part. There was just like these back and forths. And then these oh I
Be
also
right back.
okay. And then also like the doubles into the sliders is probably like the hardest the quarter beat patterning got. So it's a nice like gradual introduction before this map just totally went crazy and started doing like crazy quarter beat patterning stuff. Um like closer and closer to the end of the QA. So it's kind of like a nice way to it's almost like artificially creating a climax even though there isn't one in the song. Oh wait, there is kind of actually. Yeah. Because if you imagine this section, if this whole second half started with this section, you can imagine how like bullshit that would be. Considering the start was only like this. So the fact there's like a build up of difficulty is really good. It makes it a lot more playable. So yeah, this is kind of like the song is doing crazy stuff, so the mapper can basically do any kind of rhythm and patterning they want. There is of course some emphasis on certain sounds in the song, such as like these free sliders. But yeah, the actual and then when there's repeated sounds like the back and forths, there's these repeated concepts on certain sounds, and then it's kind of like the rest of it. There's so much going on in the song, you could kind of just follow whatever you want. The song's already crazy enough. You can basically do any rhythm and any kind of patterning as long as it kind of is supported somewhat by the song, like this spaced triple here being supported by snares. But yeah, it's kind of, the song is just kind of like noise, and I guess this song kind of suits the mapper really well, just because the song is like noise. It's allowed the mapper to kind of do whatever kind of patterning and rhythm that they think would be most engaging, and then kind of create a map based around that, where they don't need to worry too much about song representation, but kind of just making fun and interesting and crazy patterning. But the main thing that someone should probably take from this map is this concept development in the second section, or the second half. And throughout the whole map, variations on the same patterning to keep the map engaging even though the rhythm's repeating. And then thirdly, the general structure of repeating concepts, like I think is most visually obvious in this section with the repeating sliders. Just repeating concepts to create some kind of structure which makes the map feel more complete. Nichu, what do you think about this map?
I'm back. What else have you said?
I basically gave my final conclusions.
What about the slow SV?
I mean, do you want to talk about the slow SV?
I guess I can just say a little thing. So, something kind of interesting about the movement of the main KI section is there's this like really large contrast between the sliders are super low SV. And usually they are on like really strong sounds, like those big snares, but then all the other movement around it is like really spaced. I think also what's the spacing? I think the spacing between sliders or like out of the slow sliders is like small.
Yeah.
Sometimes or oftentimes. So that kind of what that does is that basically it makes them. If you have large spacing out of slow sliders, you kind of get this thing where even though the SV is slow, technically speaking, there will be a bit more movement, so they won't feel as slow. But if you have low SV in combination with low spacing out of the slider, then they feel really slow. And if you then obviously have really high spacing around or inside those sliders, there's like you have like a lot of really difficult and awkward to play, like arguably awkward to play, like changes in momentum. So the map is like the movement is basically really difficult, where it has those. What is the BPM of it actually?
182.
So it's rather average, but like a lot of the 1/4 spacing is really harsh. It's really spaced out. Then in combination with the slow sliders makes it like really complex to play, which I personally think that's really nice. I like maps that do that kind of stuff. It is really interesting to play that, where you have to like change in velocity and where you have to change your momentum a lot. Also emphasizes those like sounds that are on the sliders very
Yeah.
well.
And a lot of the times those sliders are falling on like snares.
Yeah.
Or snares and kicks. Yeah. Okay, I have nothing else to say about this map.
It's kind of a nice map. Has an interesting structure.
Yeah.